problem is when
There's
college
stuff.
is 5 years after pre-gaming for 3 hours.
There's stuff that happened last week. Nobody remembers it. There's some walking around the Ile de Royhan. Got some walking tacos, maybe a couple of walking beers. Went to an open air concert. That was a up and coming ska band, which is all the rage on the Ile de Royhan right now. They called themselves Mephistopheles, and they were teaching everybody how to skank.
I don't think any of this happened.
Ito
You had me for a moment there.
Ito went to a beer garden where he met a girl that he took home to his fiancée and had a threesome, but it actually turned out that it wasn't a girl, it was actually a demon, and Mephistopheles ska music had summoned it because they had performed an ancient arcane ritual by accident.
What gender was the demon?
Wasn't that a plot of a song of an episode of Metalocalypse?
The gender is yes.
Good.
The sex is with anyone.
Exactly.
No, I was gonna say your mom.
Afterwards,
Max, don't say that to me. That's our mother.
I think that's what happened.
Mama jokes counts for 2.
That's what happened last week, right? And you were trying to deal with what was, now that Ito is now impregnated by this demon's baby.
Yep.
And you're
That's
gonna
not what happened, but I like that one more.
You're trying to
Come
figure out
on.
what you're gonna do.
It's gonna come out like the Baron.
He's gonna have the Redeemer's head. He's gonna come out with the hat and everything.
But it turns
I
out
love you, Daddy.
This is a baby.
it's gonna be a Benjamin Button baby, where it's gonna come out as like a feeble old man. Slowly get stronger and stronger as you grow more and more feeble. And then on your deathbed, whenever the light begins to fade from your eyes and you take your final breaths, your son will lean in and say, "It was Mr. Deacon, Daddy." And that's all he says. He disappears into the darkness.
Good.
You breathe one last time, but it's not a sigh of relief like you hoped it would be. Disappointment. Failure. That's what you have to look forward to.
Alright, and we all move to Pathfinder.
I remember, if memory serves me correctly, people just did stuff around the Ile de Royhan. Henley went with Adelaide to a nice clothing store called the Boudoir, where he got some sweet ass clothes. Like, he's wearing like a straight up 3-piece suit now. He's gonna go kill a god in a 3-piece suit. Freaking Aruna and like Venta and Alec Cool went to investigate the ruins of the Green Lady that now hold a teleportation circle. They found a statue that had been tossed to the side. Karakwa met a druid from the mainland named Gershwin, a halfling who has animated a spore zombie called Kyle, and talked to him about the spore druids and the like, and the their place in the ecosystem and the world and how they view things. Ito, went home and made his way past the guards and found his lovely lady wife. Saw her once again, reunited, despite the stink that clung to him of having been cast into the ocean and have forced to swim out. Dirty clothes, dirty hair, dirty mustache. An absolute wreck. A wreck that Dags definitely wants to help take care of. But first, he tried to go see his sister. Unfortunately, she was drinking at the bar they had built in the stables. And decided, after seeing her, 2 shots deep pretty quickly, maybe take a step away, clean up, and then go talk to her. Because she's not doing so great ever since the conscription of many of the residents of the Ile de Royhan into the army that she wasn't really able to do anything about or stop. She'd taken a unfortunate turn, one that is more akin to her aunt, who was a lush, a drunk, and a racist. Which you found that out. Penta also went, like, home, talked to, like, his family. Ito did too. Like, hey, remember me? As you went...
Ito played bartender.
Yeah, you went to the Verdant Blessing with him before you went to your house and met his parents, Miran and Fatima. And they doted on you, and they doted on Venta, and they, were just happy to see you. And then, of course, Reed talked to some monks, learned that, obviously, there's the Topaz Tortoise monks with their sumo style. There's also a Way of the Mercy monks, the Ruby Serpents here, while a single one that, much like the one you met in the Emerald Monastery, has been cast aside, much like the Druids of the Spore, being sort of cast aside and sent asunder by the Onyx Serpents. That's, a problem for them to deal with. Screw those guys. Afterwards, you made your way to the monastery itself, and you got to see Brocumen Cask Stone, doing some sweet sumo-style belly slamming, using other opponents' body weights against himself, flipping them over on their back, just like some sort of tortoise, where they had to struggle to get up because they're so fucking fat.
I don't remember that quote from Blade Runner.
It's true.
Were you just gonna gloss over the best part of last week's game?
We already talked about Henley shopping.
Oh, did we? I missed it.
They went to and got some new clothes. He's like, got a
That's
3-piece suit now. Also, after Henley shopping, of course, Adelaide's on the prowl, so, watch out, men and women of Virides, because she can handle all of them. Now, you learned a little bit about the Topaz Tortoises. They're a very spiritual order, one that emphasizes a bit of they're obviously a drunken order. They focus on the way of the sort of drunken style of fighting. However, the only way they can do that is also by maintaining very strict and rigid control. Always being balanced, always sort of maintaining this drunkenness with this spirituality, so the scales are always kind of balanced. Otherwise, if it becomes unbalanced, you're just, either a ascetic, rigid, religious asshole, or you're like a just lost, drunk beggar in the streets, face down in the gutter, in your own vomit. It's all about balance for them. And that's what they're sort of, and they, one of the things they focus on is tea ceremonies, and they want to we're talking about having you for a tea ceremony. And by tea, they mean basically sake. So, that'll be fun for Reed.
Haha.
Let's see. I think that's everything, I mean, Bruce might have gone and done something, but I don't fucking remember.
He
Bruce
fought a
fought a
megalodon and almost died.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes.
That ended up kind of being a wash, but you did get a megalodon, too. Got to swim out.
It was neat.
Cody did say out loud that he was leaving.
Yeah.
That was,
Everybody else is just having this nice, cool little time in the aisle. And Bruce is getting eaten by a shark.
that ended up being,
he told me that he was leaving after the shark had already appeared. So, like, I was kind of like, oh, okay, so I'm just gonna go ahead and provoke this thing now.
It all came out in the wash. You didn't die. You fucking lived. You're
Yeah.
fine. You
Yeah,
got
I
a
got a tooth.
You got a tooth. That's pretty cool. It's a big tooth.
Yeah, I'm good. Ain't no
No.
wash.
It's only a
That was
loss
a
if
win.
you don't die. It's not a loss.
All right,
Character development.
now I need you to roll for violent megalodon infection to see if you die from that.
Dude, can I turn into a were shark?
Yeah, you'll turn into a were shark if you fail. But you will, you have to be immersed in water. Oh, well, unfortunately, you now have to constantly be immersed in water because you can't breathe air. But
Oh no.
you do,
And my pussy smells.
your nose extends and you get some sweet ampuli of Lorenzini so you can sense, like, electrical movements in the water of the fish around you. And and you can now speak underwater too. That way you can go fish, 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 fresh fish whenever you're hunting, and people will know you're on your way. This is now Bruce. You need to make a new character because that's what Bruce is. Sorry. That's a damn shame.
The dice have spoken.
The dice have spoken. You are now Wereshark Bruce. But I think that covers all the stuff. It was mostly just roleplay. Not super important to the story, but just fun stuff. There is no story. Nothing's important to the story. And that's sort of where you find yourselves. You've got Adelaide and Henley still paired up. Adelaide's, like I said, on the prowl for a nice brothel. Ito's at home, getting shaved bodily by Dags with his straight razors. Dual-wielding straight razors to clean
That's the
Ito
dream.
up. Karakwa is hanging about, talking to druids, and Aruna, I know, wanted to continue investigating the ruins of the Green Lady to see if she can discern particular types of magic or see if there's some sort of magical signature she can latch onto. I don't know. I think Bruce didn't have anything in particular he was doing after he managed to escape his complete and utter annihilation at the hands of a megalodon.
I was actually going back to the monk monastery with the Ruby Serpent guy, actually. I didn't get his name ever, though.
He leads you to the Spunk Monastery, which is actually the brothel that Adelaide's going to, so that'll be fun.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, dude. I mean,
Can the brothel owner be a dwarf named Bofa, Colin?
Yes.
Can I?
Their motto is, "We know how to use these fists."
Can I spend a key point on flurry of blowjobs?
Hell yeah.
Beaver. Okay, we can leave. Beaver wins today.
That's pretty good. Alright, so we got...
Can I be a circle of the jerk druid, Colin?
Everybody's now a sex pun. Bruce Monastery.
Oh yeah, I'm
Circle
a beast
of
in
the-
the sheep barbarian.
Circle of the Poon.
So we got Bruce at the monastery. We got
You
Reed
do a Poonkin.
at the monastery. Got Ito on the estate. Let's see. Aruna is at the ruins.
I'm gonna play a venereal conquest paladin.
Henley is with Adelaide on the town. Karakwa is doing whatever. Cody's not here. We got... Venta, what is Venta doing around town?
Venta was with Alec Cool and Aruna investigating the ruins.
Yeah, but
'cause
are
I
you-
led them there.
Are you doing anything else?
No, because I already did. I saw my mom and then I did that.
Oh yeah, they were calling me to the ruins so that I can go move that thing for them.
Yeah.
Oh god damn it.
K-
There's...
Adelaide
Guys,
ain't
I
going.
just need a
You'll have
couple
to leave
minutes,
her
I gotta
behind.
leave.
I mean, if she feels safe, boy, but if not, I won't.
And then, Alec, cool. Are you also remaining at the ruins?
I sure am.
Alright. other than monastery. Let's see. Alright. Henley, your time with Adelaide has been informative in its own way. After leaving the boudoir, she walked through the open-air markets, just taking in the sights and sound of a bustling city. The smells of cooking food, of sweat and perfumes and industry. Awash in the familiar sounds, at least a familiar setting in a way, an urban setting. She seems right at home, completely comfortable, whereas it's probably pretty off-putting to someone who's not spent tons of times in a city. She moves through the sea of people as easily as if you were to move through the woods, navigating almost preternaturally from one building to the next, seeming to know what is within every building, before she even gets to see the windows, or gets to see any advertisements, clothing shops, blacksmiths, alchemist shops, the like, grocers. All packed. But she is able to sort of find her way to a slightly more secluded section, passing through a high-walled alley into some of the, well, quieter parts of the town of Viridis. You find what can only be called the red light district, essentially. Most of the people here keep their heads down, minding their own business. You see a couple of rather unsavory transactions take place as a stooped man quickly passes what appears to be a small bag into the awaiting hand of another man. And Adelaide just kind of casually passes through by it. Eventually, she finds herself on this doorstep of what can only be called a rather high-end looking brothel. You can see that several lanterns float outside, held aloft by magic, with sort of dull, glowing red lights. On the lanterns themselves, you can see there are the silhouette of women on them. And you can see two girls and one boy stand in the doorway. The sweet smell, or the sweet smoke of some sort of tobacco product wafts through the doorway as Adelaide sort of... I think that this will do. This doesn't seem too dangerous, does
Are you
it?
sure? I don't know. I don't know what this place is.
She says, I think this will do. As she sort of smiles at one of the girls.
If you trust it, okay.
Is Adelaide exclusively gay?
No, she'll do anything.
That's what I assumed.
Colin even last time said that she was checking me out.
No, I remember that, but I don't think we have actually ever seen her encounter with anything other than reading.
She sort of,
Connor, you walked in on her fucking a group of people, men and women.
Yeah, I remember the emissary who was female.
She turns and looks at you, Henley, and says, "And what about you? When was the last time you had a girl or boy?"
I've never got anyone pregnant.
No!
She sort of looks at you and says, "Well, if talking about it makes you uncomfortable, I imagine coming inside's going to make you blush from
I'm
ear
not
to ear."
uncomfortable. I've never gotten anyone impregnated before. I don't go so comfortable about that. It's very natural.
I mean, would you like to come inside with me to the brothel, and would you like to perform intercourse with a person here?
I don't know why I would. Does it help?
I find it helps me clear my head immensely sometimes.
Does it
Yeah,
help
that's
is such
fine.
a good response.
Maybe it'll help me get closer to killing a god.
Well, she sort of smiles and she says, "It's on the house, darling. I'll see that it's paid for. You look like you could use some tension released." As she turns to the girl, and she just affects her largest smile, and she says, "And what's your name, darling?"
Is she talking to me or her?
The girl.
Oh, okay.
And the girl blushes and says, "My name's Jeff." And that's all she has to say to finish her off.
Damn.
The end. Now,
Adelaide's easy.
the girl almost shyly looks at Adelaide and says, "My name is Candy." How very sweet. Henley, this is Candy. She's quite cute, wouldn't you say? And she is pretty.
I don't know. I haven't seen many girls from here, so I'll take your word for it.
But she sort of smiles and says, "Candy, how much is it for..." And then she kind of looks at you. She says, like I said, when was the last time you had any kind of...
Any kind of what?
I'm a huge fan of Adelaide.
You know what?
looking at Henry.
We're gonna give you, I think a half an hour should probably be more than enough.
That okay? If you think that'll relieve my tension.
I'm a big fan of Adelaide going, "Are you a virgin?" without saying
Yeah,
that.
she's like, "Have you ever... You
Real good.
We're going to just give you half an hour. We'll start you off there, and if you're interested in more time, I don't see why we can't add on to that. I myself am going to pay for a night. I just
Man,
hope...
you must have a lot of tension then.
Well, I just hope that Candy, my dear, exactly how many people do you have working at this place? As Candy sort of stops and says, I reckon it's about 30. Well, I suppose that'll probably be enough.
Wow, how have you not died from stress? That's so much.
But she, motions for you to go inside, and, she slips Candy a couple of, gold pieces into her hand and says, make sure he has a good time. Be gentle. I don't know if he's, affected by urban sensibilities. Good luck, Henley. Thank you for spending time with me today. It was fun to actually get out and about in a place that's larger than the size of a medium airship.
I thought that was a big airship, but okay, you're welcome. I had fun.
But she, Candy leads you away to her own small room. Into the actual inside of the establishment herself, you can see why the smoke sort of drifts out as it's covered in sort of soft, silken pillows with sort of large hookahs that rise up around circular formations of cushions. You can see there's quite a few people lounging about, smoking this sort of sweet-smelling tobacco that it's a heady aroma that almost agitates your increased ability to smell. It sort of blocks everything out. It almost makes you dizzy, a little bit giddy, as you pass through the smoky common area. Candy's hand in yours. She has sort of brown hair that falls about halfway down her back, and a face that's, you know, it's a little bit, like, dirty, covered in soot in little places. But she's relatively pretty. And she seems to be, heeding Adelaide's, you know, direction as she's being a little bit gentle with you and leading you to a, private room. And you only have, you know, a couple seconds before she pulls you into the room, before you hear a voice from within saying, "Alright, I want you, and that hookah with me in this room," and then the door shuts behind you. And that's where that
Why
is.
is she so bossy?
She knows what she wants, and she gets what she wants. She's the fucking Holy Emperor. Luckily, your time with Candy is brief enough that whenever you get the call on the earpiece to go to the ruins, that there's some help that's needed with moving a statue, something that requires considerable brawn, you're able to do so. Adelaide herself seemed quite content to be here, and you know where she's going to be. She, like I said, she basically bought the night. And she seemed like she felt safe enough. Nothing here you haven't seen anything particularly grimy outside of a couple of, you know, minor drug transactions in this back alley. She'll probably be okay. So whenever you get the call on the ear to the old earring to bring you along, it's not exactly, you know, worrying. Now,
Alright, I'll go help Alakul and them then.
okay. You leave very sort of happy establishment. Candy sort of waving goodbye to you, with a smile on her face, as you step out the doorway into the alleyway and disappear back into this town of Virides, heading just outside it towards the ruins at the base of the large mountain that rises up from the center of the island of the Ile de Royhan. There we go. And I didn't have to talk about the shape of her titties once.
I mean, Henley's probably just very confused at this point.
I mean, for the sake of description, what were the shape of her titties?
She actually had, she didn't have breasts. She actually had 2 cow udders, which Henley was comfortable with because he's milked a cow before. Probably.
That's a pleasant surprise.
Can we talk about the shape of her magnet?
Henley just spent the whole half hour just basically milking her udders and was like, "I've got quarts of milk to bring to all my friends."
This does relieve a lot of stress.
Just like being back home or on a farm.
I'm such a fan of Henley being in a brothel and just being confused. Not offended, just confused.
Yeah.
It's real good.
Henley just became a man. He used to be a woman, actually.
It was probably really awkward when halfway through Steinhurst was just in the corner watching.
Yeah, Steinhurst.
Where the fuck did the board come from?
I like to watch.
Oh, she lives inside of me.
Oh.
I don't know, I think the boar costs extra.
It's like,
She's my soulmate.
would you believe that's not the weirdest thing that's ever happened here? Alright.
No.
Candy and Henley did it. Adelaide.
With his notes next week and just go, why?
Adelaide did everyone.
You know, Henley's walking through the town just glowing at this point.
Whenever you show up to the ruins, it's like, what does it smell like? Sweat, boar pelt, and pride.
I made someone very happy.
I like to
think-
think that Henley walks into a brothel and leaves as that brothel's Magic Mike.
Alright.
His three-piece suit, the sleeves are ripped off.
Let's see, we'll continue to potentially buy time to see if Tommy shows up. Now, Ito, you actually, like I said, all this was happening, because you spent the day in the Ild Royhan, and it got sort of, so it's basically, essentially nighttime, or it's getting into nighttime, well into the night, as, you returned to the, like I said, you returned to the estate, and saw the things you did, learned about, you, like I said, whenever you returned to the estate, you heard, like, two people screaming at each other, which you learned is actually Mayora and the Crown's accountant, Bartleby Collins, are constantly
And
arguing over, basically,
What is his name again?
Bartleby Collins.
Collins.
Basically arguing over financing, essentially. You didn't get the exact specifics of what they were arguing over, but you kind of learned that from Amelia that despite the fact that they're always arguing, they do seem to genuinely like each other. They both love accountancy and accounting. They just don't necessarily agree on everything. One's looking out for the Ild Royhan, one's looking out for the Empire.
And I just want to confirm, was the official, like, Empire Bank?
Yes, it is.
That's the lender?
Yes, it is. They're from the Steel Mint.
Okay, so that's my loan is from that.
Yes.
Is he here as their representative?
He...
I guess my question is he here because of the debt? Or I guess I don't know, so I'll go find out.
You don't know. You're not sure the exact extent of why
Is
he's
this
here.
the day, or is this, like, later in the afternoon?
It's later. It's late in the evening now,
Late in the
getting
evening.
into nighttime.
Same day, though. Okay.
Yes, same day. There's been lulls in the shouting, but you do every now and then hear it spark back up. Heading to the wing that Mayor and generally the other retainers call their home. The sounds become, like, clearer, echoing sort of off the walls as you hear a voice that says, "Did you lose your mind whenever you started losing your hair? Did that go with it?" As Mayora's voice sort of rebounds off the wall, and there's a quick response that says, "Well, at the very least, if this world freezes over and the frostbite reaches your hand and rips the fingers from them, you weren't using the fucking count anyways." As there's just shouting at each other as you sort of come to the wooden door.
I'm like, Dags is done, I'm all groomed and stuff.
You are now, like, properly groomed, wearing clean clothing.
Thank God. Sorry, it's literally like the named people that we know, Bartleby, and there's no one else in the manor house.
I mean, you've seen other servants, but it's...
But, like, we're definitely, like, below average.
Yes.
Okay. Cool. I'm gonna... I would ask Dags if he could have a message delivered to have, Venta True Cloud, let him know to come to the manor.
Okay.
And I'm going
I
to...
can see it arranged.
Thank you. And then I will open the Actually, wait. Is this Mayora's room?
It is, but it's mostly used for. I mean, it's her own personal room, basically.
If it's her personal quarters, I'll knock.
Okay.
Oh god.
There's like a
He's killing
a
dogs.
pause as you hear a voice that says, "Who is it?"
No. It's me.
Who is me?
I own the house.
There's a pause. Come in.
Shit, I should have done. Fuck. It's me. Sorry. I will open the door, and I will kind of poke my head.
Poking your head in, you can see that Mayora's room is, I don't know if you've ever been to Mayora's room before.
I always pictured it being mostly desk with a small cot, and basically collegiate level towers of books and papers everywhere.
That's basically how it is. She has what is a small hammock off to one corner, sort of hanging. Right now it's down, sort of hanging down, where she can sort of lift it up to hang it whenever she goes to sleep. There's large sort of black boards that have all sorts of numbers scattered across them in different colored chalk. You can see there are stacks and sheafs of paper, empty ink bottles that have been sort of tossed to the side near the door. A mountainous bookcase filled with leather-bound tomes that have many different years, many of them spanning back well before Mayora's life and accounting for the finances of the Ile de Royhan. And at the center of this area, there's a large square table that is overflowing with papers that are piled high, many of them splotched with inks, and you can see it looks like a small portion of this table. The papers on this table have been kicked to the side, and you see Mayora is standing on it, so she can reach face height with another man. You can only assume to be Bartleby Collins, a human, probably in his early 40s, maybe late 30s. A little bit overweight, balding. You can see his hair is sort of combed over into a rough skullet. He's just as red-faced, looking at sort of Mayora in the eye, as they both sort of turn at you as you enter the doorway. Both of them sort of breathing a bit heavily, but then she almost immediately
You
says...
said a skullet.
Yeah, he's got, like, literally wisps
Oh, no.
of comb over.
No.
What, you thought she was lying when he said, did you lose your mind when you started losing your hair?
Oh, damn. I will say that under my breath as I see that.
She, but almost immediately, Mayora hops down from the desk and rushes over, saying, "My lord!"
I will give her a hug.
She, like, leaps up into your arms like a dog.
Alright.
But then almost immediately,
I'll roll with it.
but then almost immediately, sort of wiggles herself free and sort of straightens herself up. I mean, Lord Sarasendio, it's good to see you. I didn't even know you were back. About this time, Bartleby Collins walks up. He's sort of stiff and upright. He's probably about your height, maybe, in fact, probably an inch or two taller. But he straightens his jacket and, sort of bows slightly, nodding his head towards you. Are you the Lord that Mayora has spoken so often about?
Yes, I will offer my hand to shake his.
He takes your hand firmly and gives it a curt shake. Just a couple of pumps up and down, nodding his head. My name is Bartleby Collins. I am a senior accountant for the Iron and Steel Mint.
If you're here about money, I can't pay it.
Ah, yes, your current debt to the crown is known to me, but it is not why I was sent here.
Oh, well,
I was sent
That is-
here to oversee the recruitment, conscription, and outfitting of troops to be sent to the mainland to join the army for the defense of the Empire, and remained on to oversee efforts to fund the refugees that were finding their way here. And so I have remained.
have you had any success?
We have endeavored to come to an understanding. There is a certain allotment that the crown is offering. As almost he says, we are of course lucky to be in such a verdant and rich and warm place. So filled with resources, natural and man-made, as Mayora sort of stamps her feet and says, he wants to pay only for the price of grapes! Wholesale! And almost immediately he turns and says, well, I've seen the books! You haven't been selling much wine or jams, so wholesale is better than what you're getting normally! As they just start arguing immediately again.
I'm just gonna, I'll just stand there and I'll let them bicker.
After a good 5 minutes, they're left sort of breathing quite heavily, red-faced, as Mayora turns and says, you see, my lord, this is what we're in disagreement on. Also, he doesn't even want, or he wants to ration more heavily in the hopes that they'll last longer, but I think if we ration too heavily, they're just gonna starve everyone out in it before we even have the opportunity to get through all our rations. And they immediately just start arguing once again over whether to ration for 3 months or 4 months.
Is that how long we have?
He turns to you and says, with the current rations on the Ile de Royhan, should nothing change, we can expect, if we ration harshly and judiciously, 4 months. As Mayora says, but if you ration it for 4 months, if something does happen, nobody's going to be in any kind of shape to do any sort of defending or work in the fields, building. People are just going to be starving in their homes, wasting away. So you might get an extra month, but what good's it going to do? I'd rather have them healthy and happy for 3 months than weighing and starving for 4.
I would agree, provided a solution to end the problem can be found in 3 months. Or I should say, realized in 3 months.
Well, that is the problem. As it stands, we can expect, from what I can tell, at this point, minimal help from the Empire. All resources are now being funneled into the actual army itself.
The Imperial Army?
Oh yes. The Hussars, the conscripts,
Sure.
everyone. Feeding them is a tremendous task from what I hear.
So, forgive my brashness, but who do you answer to? Are you here to help, or are you here to do something?
He sort of looks at you and says, I'm here to help. That's why I'm here. That's why I worry about such a things as outfitting these poor refugees and trying to see that you are at least compensated for your supplies, even if it's not as much as Mayora would like.
Compensation doesn't feed my people, but it sounds like the ultimate problem here is we need to figure out a new source of how to do so. So, I have things to do at the moment. If you both have plans on how to do this, write it up and bring it to me, and I will read through them later and we can make a decision.
Of course.
Because bickering is just going to get people to starve, and I will look at Mayora as I say that.
But she sort of sort of snorts and nods her head. Yes, yes, my lord.
Is 24 hours enough time to build the proposal?
Yes, I can do it in 24 hours. I'm still young and spry enough that I can pull an all-nighter. I don't know about the old man here. As Bartleby sort of straightens his jacket and says, I'm not that old.
Don't, they lasted a day, they can last another. Don't, no point losing your head over it, but get it done. We'll talk about it tomorrow at length. 2 proposals, 2 different plans, and we can make a decision on what to do.
He nods his head. Very good, my lord.
And just to confirm that my lord is not bullshit, he is here to answer to me.
He answers to the Holy Emperor.
Sure, but he is here.
He is here
in the capacity to assist me.
He's here in the capacity to procure supplies and oversee the refugees. He doesn't necessarily actually answer to you. But
Okay,
he's not been unfriendly toward you and does seem willing to listen to you.
Got it. So he is here to basically ensure that the asset that is the Ilderoy head can continue being an asset.
Yes, and to see that the current assets are distributed evenly and fairly as best as possible without potentially putting too much of a strain on the actual empire itself should they have to do something for you.
Okay. That sounds good. I will dismiss myself. It was excellent seeing you again, as well as Bromwell and Daggerond and Zareo, not to mention the others. But if you can prepare that plan and get it ready for me, I'm sure I will be here tomorrow. If it's done sooner, all the better.
Of course, as you wish, Lord Saracenio. That's right! I'll make sure you've got a plan ASAP.
I need to see. I'm assuming Daggerond's like standing by. No, because he's delivering the message. I will go towards Valdira's quarters.
Alright. You make your way back to the family's house, and you find that it's Valdira's quarters. Whenever you go to knock on the door, nothing. No answer.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Is the door open?
The door is locked.
I will go see the stables.
Alright. You make your way once again down the back staircase into the to the stables where you'd been not more than a couple hours before. Now it is nighttime and the flickering lights from the stable stall windows sort of spill out onto the green lawn. The air is warm and it's pleasant outside. As you look up and see the glittering stars that you've looked at 1,000 times before. The sound from within the stables is a mixture of revelry and animal noises as you hear the occasional whinny and snort of a horse, the clamping of a hoof on hay, intermingled with the clinking of glasses, the sound of laughter, even the occasional sort of verse of a song that just kind of rises up in through the landscape. Stepping into the stable itself, it's warm. Almost annoyingly warm, unpleasantly warm, as you kind of have to loosen your collar a bit from all the people that are packed in. And you can see it's not just stable hands, there's a few merchants, a few grooms, a couple of servants, all sort of gathered in this makeshift bar. And you can see Valdira's still there behind the bar, slinging drinks.
Do I see coin?
You see what?
Do I see coin?
What, like money?
Yeah, are people paying for their drink?
No.
I will join the crowd and head towards the bar.
All right. You make your way beneath a sign that sort of hangs sort of on chains from the ceiling. It looks like it was hastily made, and you can see it has bits and bridles hanging from it, and burned into the wooden placard it says the tack room. As you walk into this common area, and you can see the walls themselves are lined with all sorts of, like I said, bits, bridles, saddle blankets that hang from the walls. There's even a wall that has what appears to be saddles that are hung up. Walking inside, it's, you're almost met by just like a wall of sound as people are sort of all talking to each other and sort of finding comfort and revelry with one another in these dark and trying times. You do see that no money is really being exchanged. They just sort of go up to the bar and they ask for something, and you'll see Valdira will pour one out for them, and every now and then she matches them taking a shot of clear alcohol straight to the dome piece.
Does she notice me yet?
Not even remotely paying attention to you, just the people at the bar.
Sorry, my cat's going ape shit. I'm gonna... Okay, so hold on. This is a minor history lesson real quick. Obviously this place is not being used as a stable, or at least not fully.
Not fully, clearly.
But this is ultimately an island. Is there much of a stable in the first place?
There's the family's always had riding horses and things like that, but they've never had a need for a big stable on the estate.
Got it. Okay. So I will walk up and I will wait for Valdira to turn around, and if somebody reaches for a drink, I'm going to take it. I'm going to intercept it, basically.
Alright, you make your way through the crowd, finding yourself at the bar. As she pours one drink, looking around the bar, her eyes immediately sort of meet yours for a moment. They grow wide for a second, a look of recognition on her face. You can see her eyes are a little bit sort of glazed from the alcohol. The heady mixture of drink clearly affecting her as she sways just a little bit, steadying herself on the bar. And then she sort of pauses, and for a moment it's almost like a silence seems to pass over her, before she straightens herself up, sort of dusts off her apron that she's wearing, and keeps tending the bar.
I'm gonna drink the drink. Is it good?
It's a little bit weak for what you would like. It tastes like it's been watered down a little bit. But it tastes okay. It seems like, unfortunately, an effort to ration alcohol has led to a watering down of the ales and stuff.
Disgusting. The next drink she serves, I want to try and touch her hand or her wrist, and I'm going to dump lay on hands to cure disease of intoxication.
Oh, yeah. Poison. You can cure poison.
Sure, yeah, that's right.
Alright. She You have the opportunity whenever she slides a large wooden tankard to someone near you, as you're able to sort of reach out and sort of grab her hand and get over the poison. She almost immediately sort of pauses, and you can see she's no longer steadying herself on the bar, but she sort of pulls her hand away and looks at you.
Cody has turned on Cookie Clicker. Just saying.
She pauses and looks at you, a little bit annoyed, and then she specifically goes to the behind the bar, pulls a clear bottle of alcohol and a shot, and downs it. Just an annoyed and angry look on her face as she leans in close and says, "If I wanted to be sober, I would be."
I think if you wanted to be anything, you wouldn't be here.
Vasquez, take the bar, please. As she moves to the side.
Vasquez.
Do I know that name?
You can roll a history check.
It's your mom.
Yes, his mom has become the bartender.
Mom's dead.
Good.
No wonder why she's done a terrible job.
Vasquez was a
25.
Whenever you left, Vasquez was just coming out of his pagehood. You can see he's no more than like 13 or 14.
Okay.
Don't drink anything, Vasquez. I know how much of everything that we have. Well, brother, shall we go for a walk?
Yes.
Vasquez, how many people do you have here working?
Vasquez says, working? I mean, got, 5 waiters, me and the lady tend the bar, couple of bouncers, so I guess that's 10 total, 9 or 10?
Thank you. And I will walk with my sister.
She takes one step, then holds up her hand, turns around. She reaches behind the bar and grabs a bottle and starts walking with you. You step out into the night sky. The sloshing sound of the bottle in your ear is Valdira sort of tips it to the moonlight, and you begin walking the grounds together. But now Cody's here, so nobody cares about
Rockwood.
Ito.
Who the fuck is Ito?
Yeah,
You missed
fuck
me
that
meeting
guy.
Mayora.
Wait, what are you doing talking to my waifu like that? Who
She
gave you
jumped up.
permission?
She jumped up into my arms like a puppy.
Uh-oh.
I will murder you.
Poor Karakwa's got competition, though.
I can't believe I got cucked by a Spaniard.
It's worse, Cody. You're actually getting cucked by an accountant.
That's the next Chuck Tingle.
You missed. She's having very emotional, passionate arguments with an accountant that's like in his early 40s or late 30s with a comb over.
What the fuck? He's literally me.
Basically.
Really? I thought it would be Ted from Scrubs.
It looks like he looks like Molesley from Downton Abbey.
Sick.
But you're here now. We sort of talked about what happened last week. Obviously, Karakwa got to meet some very nice, or a very nice druid named Gershwin, and his spore buddy named Kyle.
Her sport.
Her
buddy.
spore buddy named Kyle.
He's just a spore boy.
And learned a little bit about the views of the spore druids. And unfortunately the fate of the spore druids, having hailed from the very same swamps that the Onyx Serpents call home, they were sort of cast and scattered away as the Onyx Serpents kind of expanded and drove them out. Much like the poor Ruby Serpent Monastery, where they had managed to invade them and run them off. Now, what did Karakwa want to do, though? Anything in particular?
We kind of stopped in the middle of like a conversation. I think. I guess one of the things that I didn't ask that I guess I should have was, you know, I was gonna ask her if she, you know, wanted. Why hadn't she tried to find passage back to the mainland? Because I know her ship sunk, so she's not really here on purpose. Ask her if she wanted passage. You know, tell her that hey, we're leaving somewhat soon.
Also,
And
Cody, I did this.
Also-
I did this so I can go.
oh my God, you're damaged.
I'm damaged.
No, he doesn't have the tattoo written on his head.
Yo, you're morbing out, bro. You're morbing out.
I think that he was about to do it.
Start writing damaged on my forehead.
If you don't have a tattoo there, how are people supposed to know you are?
Alright.
Neither does Jared.
You're able to spend time with Gershwin. There's plenty of this very nice soup. Very filling. Reminds you a little bit of home. Although it's a little bit disconcerting because the mushrooms from this soup, I mean, they come from Kyle.
I want to ask her if can she do what she did to Kyle on any living creature.
She looks at you and says, "Well, I guess it depends on the creature's challenge rating."
Doesn't get much more meta than that.
I guess that's fair.
You know how it is. I can only I suppose. Well, I mean, it depends. It's got to be like an animal or a human or something that was actually, you know, flesh and bone in its life. I can't really do it with sort of like constructs or wooden men or elementals or things like that.
I'm gonna be gone for like 45 minutes, very quick.
You okay, Max?
He's tired of your bullshit.
I just got here.
But that's no, it's got to be like something that was alive and eventually it'll return back to death and find something else if I need to.
How long has Kyle been like this here with you?
At this point,
Well, I guess it would be since you crashed here, huh?
yeah, unfortunately, he keeps collapsing and dies every now and then, but spores can raise him again, although I feel, well, it's about time for him to move on. He's served his purpose and been a valuable asset. It's time that he earned his rest. Do you not raise?
No, it's not something I've ever known. It's not something I've ever thought was right. I don't know how to explain it. but I can see that the way that you have done it, it's not with malicious intent for malicious purposes.
Of course not. We don't want to bind them wholly, soul, and otherwise to this world. I keep forgetting the Gershwin's voices.
What was that?
Well, want to bind them to this world or anything like that. It's just they're much like I mean, a tree that falls down in the wood. You can shape it to a spear. It's a part of nature that can be used, but it can't be abused. You wouldn't want to chop down every tree in the forest. No, turn them all into spear shafts.
You have heard news of what had happened, what has been happening out west, have you?
Gershwin sort of grimly nods her head. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we don't get in contact, with the outside world a lot. We mostly mind within the clan, within the Druid clans. There aren't many of us, but our leader, she can find things out. She hears and sees from a long way. So we knew something was wrong, right? Because we heard rumblings and we'd sensed people. She was able to feel people leaving and passing through the swamps and stuff like that.
Gershwin, I have to thank you. Not just for this soup, it is very delicious. But thank you for helping me see things differently.
Wow.
Perspective is funny like that. Sometimes you just need someone to share soup with.
Well, it's
To
been
get a different view on something.
nice to talk to someone who is in touch with nature. A lot of she sort of motions towards the town. I mean, a lot of the people here, I couldn't tell you the difference between gold ore and gold weed. You know, it's just different lives for different people.
I will not be staying here for long. Sadly, we will be leaving here. We are on our way to... Shut up, I'm not checking the map. We are on our way to Weitdorf. And, had a little mishap on the way here. With our teleportations. It's magic wizard bullshit. But we will be attempting to leave again very soon. Have you been wanting to leave this island? Do you wish to stay here more? I know you are here due to your unfortunate circumstances, but do you desire to stay here, or would you like a free passage to the mainland?
She sort of thinks for a little while. And eventually she says, I regret, in a way, fleeing, but it was by our leader's orders that those that could disperse and then get away, and do so. And that's the only way that the clan survives. We're not very big. And our leader, she can't, well, at least somebody of the Spores Druid has to survive, because she can't move. She'll have to remain and endure whatever. But, suppose I do have some regrets about leaving.
If you wish, you may seek safe home and haven with the Wildfire Clan. They'd be more than welcome to more than happy to welcome you there.
She nods her head. Perhaps, she sort of says, there are swamp dwellers as well, you said.
We are.
I suppose it'd be a little bit like home.
I think you'd be able to somewhat, in a way, for that. I think you might be able to also help them see things somewhat differently too. I would not send you on your own lonesome. I would send good word with you to make sure that you're welcome and accepted.
Well, that might be nice.
Well, let me know, Gershwin. I will be. Do not know where you're staying in the town for tonight, but I believe I would be able to easily find you and you find me if need be.
Oh, I'll be here, I suppose, outside of town. I'm not really interested in finding an inn or anything like that.
I will admit, the comforts of an inn are rather very, very tempting. Maybe I have grown too used in my travels staying on a soft bed.
Is your, let's see, the Wildfire Druids, is your leader also bound in place like ours, or?
No, they are not.
Well, that's good. At least they can run. Oh, well.
I believe they would try to stand and fight as best as they could, but they would also accept if anyone not of them were to want to flee for protection.
I suppose that's what we did at the end of the day. Unfortunately, our leader is, Mistress can't move. She's bound the swamps to her throne.
How is she bound?
Well, she, is the throne.
I believe I'm picking up what you're putting down.
As
It's
she's
a very druidic saying.
she sort of motions sort of towards Kyle, covered in shell funguses, like whenever the well, in this case the mistress is found and discovered, he takes their place on the throne, which is partially made from the last one, and the fungus begins to cover their body, and they live and fall into torpor or slumber, but they can You know how fungus is, right? How it's, you see the caps, but it's not just the caps that stick up. They extend underground all across the place. She can see, or at least feel, throughout the entire swamp. Every footstep, every drop of rain comes to her. She's completely in touch with it. It all comes to her, and she can't speak, but she's able to release a fungal cloud, and we can see what she sees. Just briefly, just a hint of it. That's how we knew. That's how many of us were able to get away. But she can't never leave that throne. So
Sounds very powerful, but also to sacrifice yourself for such a cause for so long.
it
It must
is
require great strength.
a duty indeed, and one no druid takes lightly, but one that every druid would be honored to have. But essentially, yeah, the Spore, I guess the Spore Herald, the Mycelium Mistress or Master, sits in the throne, gets fungified, is in touch via
Fungified.
across the entire swamp. The fungus basically extends under the ground, so they know everything about the swamp, everything and everyone in it. But unfortunately, they, bound to the throne, slowly dying and decaying and being eaten away by fungus. But it seemed like a neat concept, so we're going with it.
Yeah, it is a neat concept. Fuck you, Colin.
Jeez.
But, but she's called the Mycelium Mistress.
Okay. If just to prepare, just in case she does want to go with us on this journey, I would like to write out a note in Druidic that explains who she is and why she should be accepted if she decides to go to the wildfire.
Okay.
I'll write that out, pretty much what it is. I'll write that out and send that to you, okay?
Okay. But she seems very intrigued. She doesn't particularly seem to like the Ile de Royhan, so...
Yeah, she seemed pretty... eh.
Alright.
2 out of 5 Yelp stars.
But she's happy to sit with you. You actually see, as you see there, talk with her for a little while, you can see sort of Kyle sort of slowly slumps to the ground, and this time she doesn't try to raise him up. She merely walks up to him and places her hand on his chest, and she says, "Thank you," and pats him. And she says, "Your service was appreciated and your rest has been earned." And she doesn't try to raise him or do anything like that. Now I have to make my own soup. Jesus! I gotta fight. Now I gotta fight. And I don't even have any fungus. Oh, wait. She starts picking at her toes.
Oh,
Jesus.
You want some of my
top 10 things no one needed to hear.
You want some of my athlete's foot soup?
At least most of that bag. Probably
Would
the whole
you
thing.
like some bunion bouillon, child?
Oh my god, it's Tommy.
Did you guys know that the Clintons had Prince murdered because he was gonna reveal Hillary Clinton eating and raping
Shut the
children?
fuck up, Tommy.
Yes, they did.
It's true. That's also why David Bowie died. They gave him cancer, and he died many years later because he knew.
And Chester Bennington from
Well, guess what?
famous band Linkin Park.
Guess what? Tommy, you missed Henley becoming a man.
Do
Oh my
we
God.
know if Henley became a man?
Cherry pop.
Was that canon?
And you
Man,
missed
fade to black.
you missed Adelaide cleaning out an entire brothel.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say Adelaide cleaning Henley out, but never mind.
Ugh.
She would
Yeah,
not.
exactly.
She wouldn't have said no. But she also was. She's a little bit worried she might overwhelm Henley. She's a worldly and experienced woman, and he is you know. If she's like,
Henley-
if she said,
Henley's basically Napoleon Dynamite.
if she said like,
Chad Adelaide.
she talks about how just one time she formed an entire ass-to-mouth human centipede, 20 people long, Henley would probably be freaked out by it, where Adelaide would call that a Tuesday, you know?
Yeah. So the Chadelaide versus the Virgin Henley.
Yeah.
Version Lily.
But no, that's sort of what happened, and then Ito went and saw Mayora, and Mayora's arguing with this accountant, a senior accountant for basically the steel mint, the iron and steel mint, named Bartleby Collins, who's like a balding, middle-aged, slightly pudgy accountant that they are yelling at each other, but they also seem to like each other. Not like, romantically, but they both have a love of numbers. They just don't necessarily see eye to eye on things. Then Ito went and saw his sister, and he had the downright audacity to use some lay on hands to sober her up, so she had to start drinking again.
What a shame.
As she grabbed the bottle as they were walking out the doorway to talk. Henley, meanwhile, after his rendezvous, because Adelaide bought out the brothel for the night, but she only gave Henley 30 minutes because she figured that's all it would take. After that, Henley got the call on the earring to go to the actual ruins itself to help like move stuff around with his prodigious 20 strength.
Oh my God. If this isn't happening at the same time, because Aruna did mention it to Karakwa, he would also be willing to help out and investigate in the ruins and stuff too.
Yeah. He'd probably show up in a little while after they've been investigating for a little while.
Okay.
But then Karakwa went and continued talking to Gershwin, learned about the Mycelium Mistress, who is like essentially the Sporal Herald, and is bound to a throne that's made of all the other heralds, essentially, and begins to decay and has fungus sprouting all over him and can't speak anymore, but is in touch with the fungus that extends all the way across the swamp, so they can feel and know everything that's going on in the swamp, and they release spores to talk to their acolytes. That sort of thing.
It's real freaky deaky shit.
Some real freaky shit. It's not nearly as fun as the heralds of the other clans get to be.
I am a living chair.
Basically. A living chair that's slowly rotting and being eaten away by fungus. But at the end of the day, everybody loves being around the Mycelium Master because he's a real fun guy.
Have a nice day, everyone.
Bye, Tommy. I'm leaving.
Okay.
Colin just like, it's your campaign now.
Alright, but that's the rundown of what you missed. Is there... Karakwa's being nice enough, because, Gershwin doesn't seem particularly happy to be here, and Karakwa offered to, give her, a letter of introduction to go and meet with the Wildfire Druids and maybe live with them, because they also live in a swamp, which would be much more to her accommodations. She seems interested in that.
I'm back.
But that's...
Maybe a little bit. Maybe we'll see.
Should I put the rest away, or should I let you do it once a week?
I can hear him.
God, who can you hear?
I can hear Laura.
Oh.
She's saying something about putting food away, but everybody knows you never put food away around Cody. He just eats it. He puts the food away.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Look at
No, they're talking about cleaning stuff off the floor, like I said earlier.
That's how you get semen ants.
That's true.
All right, but Aruna, you were we were delaying the ruins stuff
Well, thank
till you arrived, and we knew all who was going to the ruins, because now we know that Henley will be there, and Karakwa will show up there shortly, essentially.
Can we invite Anya Taylor-Joy?
She's too busy enjoying the success of the Northman that's already going to be successful. Because it hasn't come out yet, but it will be successful.
Did you see the poster that they have, or the billboard that they have in LA?
Does it have Anya Taylor-Joy on it?
It's got Anya Taylor-Joy, Ethan Hawke's character, and then the main guy whose actor I can't remember.
See, they could have got rid of those. They could have gotten rid of those two guys to make more room for Anya Taylor-Joy.
But that's it. It's just the three of them standing there. There's no text on the billboard. It's really weird.
Everybody knows what it is. Alright. We have basically returned now. Had Cody's scene, Karakwa's scene. Karakwa's being nice, writing Gershwin a letter in Druidics. Probably she's likely to take him up on that offer. Meanwhile, if there's nothing else from Karakwa, anything else from Karakwa wants to talk
Good.
about?
Like I said, if I can come in later to the room and stuff, I'll do that.
Yeah.
Because I can help out with them. So.
Is Alec Cool here, my investigation buddy?
Yeah.
No, I mean like actually.
I am listening. I'm outside with Ziggy right now.
Okay.
At the actual ruins themselves, you've had time to sort of look around and spend some time taking in the full extent of the actual ruins. As I said before, this was not a grand cathedral or some sort of large church. This one was small, isolated, quaint, built around this altar, essentially. The ceilings weren't rising up to the heavens. Probably not made to echo the sound of hymns bouncing across stony marble columns. It was a simple, intimate church. There is still, within the air, a mysterious, faintly magical feeling that permeates the surrounding. A little bit comforting, and yet at the same time, a little bit disconcerting. What do you want to do, Thomas / other investigators?
Oh my God.
Everyone
Tomas.
who's at the ruins.
Am I there now, or am I still coming?
Yeah, you can. You finished up fast enough
Yo,
that you're able
Thomas.
to arrive.
3 minutes action, 27 minutes of crying.
Well, man, I guess I want to move the statue for them then.
Yeah.
All right, the statue is half buried in the ground, as if it had been just casually tossed to the side. As it looks like the ground around it has been disturbed slightly, as portions of the ground have been dug away to get a better look at the actual statue itself. You move to it and find it's not exactly a huge statue. It's maybe 10 feet tall, buried about 3 feet in the ground. But you can hoist it, or try to hoist it. Give me an athletics check.
Check, believe.
Strong! 16.
Such strong! You're able to wiggle it a little bit, but you are unable to pull it free.
Wiggle, wiggle.
It sort of, you are unable to, you continue wiggling it back and forth for a while, loosening it from the rock before you're unable to just heft it fully, but you are able to, like, grabbing the base, with the help of some other people, pull it backwards and slide it out the hole so it's kind of sitting on its side. A massive 10-foot statue made of pure marble. Half of it is covered in sort of brown dirt. The other half still has vines and undergrowth clinging to it where it started to grow over it. You can see it's a depiction of what appears to be a woman. Her face has been sort of worn away by the elements, a little more than like a smooth mask. At one time, her defined hair is now just rough waves. Like I said, it looks like his statue has seen better days, but it clearly depicts a woman. You can see faint flecks of green paint still on the dress, and the occasional fleck of gold paint as well along the lining of the dress, but it's largely been worn away by time and the elements.
Nice. I was just want to take a good look at it and see if it's just like, if it's just a statue, or does it have like mechanisms or like runes on it or writing or anything?
It is just a statue. If there's any
What is?
writing on it, it's been it looks like there's a place where there could have been writing on it, but much like the face and much of the other things, it's been worn smooth by time.
That means option number 2, if Max, the person, is here to play Venta.
Too bad.
Was this
Venta
like-
True Cloud, I
Was
summon
there
thee.
a door behind it?
No, it was buried. It had been tossed to the ground off to the side. It was just buried in the.
Oh, okay. I didn't know they were just looking at the statue.
They're just looking at the statue. It does depict
Yeah,
a woman. Likely had green paint on it at some point in time, but it's just a large statue. There is nothing particularly special about it. Although you
And
did
it's
see
a
that it
real
had been tossed to the side. It hadn't just toppled over. It's like it was bodily lifted and thrown.
Okay. Does it belong like on a pedestal or something?
Further,
Or was it just sitting there and someone just like lobbed it?
roll an investigation check.
Okay. 17.
You can see that the angle of the head is facing down slightly, and you sort of go to where basically the raised altar is, and sort of begin looking around, and you can just see the faint indentations of where it probably sat, just sort of at the altar, at the basically looking over the circle. But it got thrown a good 20 feet. And that is
That's
a
pretty far.
heavy, heavy statue.
I was gonna ask Vince's permission to do something, but he's not here, so that's awkward. Is he a strong lad? I don't recall. So I know
Max,
he's...
He's a strong boy.
Okay, well, I'd say... go ahead and try to put the statue back with Venta, Henley, and if that doesn't work, I will move it with magic.
Sorry, I take my headphones off for a second. What do you want me to do?
Roll an athletics check with
Hey,
advantage.
try- Yeah, you're gonna have Venta assist you since he's not here. Try to move it back on the pedestal.
A 26.
Between the two of you, you're able to sort of lift it right. You actually end up, despite your prodigious strength, you have to use like basically ropes looped around the neck to help sort of gain some leverage to lift it up. Two of you are able to sort of lift and slowly shimmy it the roughly 12, 15 feet back to the actual lifted platform itself, overlooking the actual teleportation circle. You find that it, the actual place to put it, like I said, is not too hard to see. There are divots and grooves where it probably sat for a while. No scrape marks or anything like that, so you don't think it moved. You don't think it slid back and forth. It's not like there was like a secret door here, but whenever you you put it in place, and it just looks down over the circle.
Okay. All right.
So I asked, like, is this magic or something? And go, I don't know anything about this.
We're not sure.
Well, I mean, it's oddly specific. It points towards the circle, which is concerning. But there's something else I wanted to try before we, haphazardly fuck with magic we don't understand.
That makes sense.
Don't worry, I'll voice Vent. It's me, Vent Drew Cloud. I'm like sick. Thank you. Okay, so I had mentioned this to you before,
Well,
Colin.
you know what, Tommy? Venta might be sick, but you know what? I'm damaged.
I fucking hate you so much.
Why? Why do you have that?
Why not?
I don't know. I'm sad now.
You're sad? Why?
Okay.
You know what? You might be sad,
damaged
but
too?
I'm damaged.
I show my arm. You want to see how I got these scars? Fantastic. Okay, well, I guess if Max doesn't want to be here for this, that's unfortunate. I will have Venta sit across from me, and we'll chill in front of the altar. Now, does he have a visible manifestation of his curse, or is it like an eternal thing? Internal.
Yes, to both.
Cough.
He has a visual representation in that the sword is actually a visual representation, but he also has it internally. He also coughs.
Okay, don't really want to touch the gross sword.
Why not? You don't want to touch the gross devil sword that sends people's souls straight to hell?
Yeah, that's part of the reason.
You gotta be careful, it's so sharp you might cut yourself on its edge.
Oh my god. I'm gonna use my 7th level teleport to get a hot topic.
Alright.
Anyway.
Wait till you find out about all these fucking, chokers.
Tommy's about to go drown in thoughts.
Black, or sort of mascara, freaking, band t-shirts of shit that you've never fucking, bands you've never actually seen before that retired long before you were born.
That's true. Okay, I'll sit cross-legged across from Venta since he's, not here. And I will link hands with him. And
all he sees is posters of Johnny the Homicidal Maniac on his wall.
Fuck you, Colin. But I will have him kind of concentrate on his curse and concentrate on the green lady. And I will do detect magic at 7th level, like you said, to attempt to seed out like remnants of the green lady, or like be able to track her or figure out like her magic signature if I can.
Alright, focusing on the signature, the magic that exists tainting Venta. Your eyes closed in the darkness and the world seems to fade away. You take a couple of deep breaths and you can almost smell the magic that comes off of him. You can almost hear it throbbing in your ears as you open your eyes and you see roiling sort of dark black and green tendrils that sort of seem to rise off of him like smoke. And your eyes stare at him and there's a pause as the world seems to stop for a second. Give me an Arcana check.
Damn, that's good. 29?
Oh wait, what's our portent dice?
I'll tell you what your portent dice is. It's a 19.
Oh,
Oh my
shit.
god.
I think 29's pretty good. Just saying.
I wouldn't use port and die on that.
Yeah.
It's true.
Oh, hello.
All right. Now, roiling off of Venta, looking at the actual magic that emanates from it, you sort of pause. Now hyper sort of focused and acutely aware of everything that's going on around you, there's almost something familiar about it. It is rising up into a shadowy form that takes a stooped hag-like appearance. It almost seems like it's looking down at you with sort of dark eyes, as this is the very same magic that emanates off of Baba Yaga.
Yeah.
The very same, interspersed with little green tendrils. It is clearly of or related to her somehow.
Okay. So we're talking like same upbringer, same school of magic, if not.
Same person. This is Baba Yaga's
Same
magic
person,
at the end of the day.
Okay. Alright. That's deeply concerning. I would assume so it's the same exact stuff as my mask, too.
Yep. It's all the
Okay.
same. All got the same signatures. The only difference is you can see faint wisps of green that are intermixed within it.
Now, I don't know too much about Baba Yaga. But is she... Like, is there anything about her being multiple entities? Or, like, split off from her?
You can make a history check, but it is very... It's not such... I mean, you've kind of... You might know because of the stuff, your research and stuff.
Not very good.
But you
11.
don't know. You want to use the 19?
I feel like this is something I can look into later. Okay.
What?
Does the background magic and like the circle and stuff also give off the same?
The background magic here actually seems to have more of the green than the black. There's still that faint taint there, but it's seems to actually just not be as strong, not as concentrated. In fact, with this much magic being pumped through, looking through it, you can see this isn't just extending across the actual like church itself. It's across the entirety of the island as far as you can see.
Interesting. Okay. And this is me just asking probably redundant questions. Is it all curse magic? Like, entirely just curse? Or is there some, like, measure of actual, like, good stuff or protection?
You don't know.
Okay. Because I know the Elder Rohan or Ito's cursed at least. Okay. But there's no, like, lingering, like, she is not here that I can pick up.
Not that you can tell. There's lingering magics here.
Man, Baba Yaga got some splaining to do.
I mean, why wait?
Shall confer with the friends. upon my return from spirit vision.
You pause and your eyes open, and as this sort of magic sort of slowly dissipates, the aura sort of passing in the darkness, so you're all surrounded only by nothing but the ruins. The world does not come back to life and does not move. Venta still sits there stock still. As you look and see, Alec Cool does the same, as well as all your allies.
Okay. I will call out. Is someone there?
You know I'm always watching, dear girl. You thought I gave you that mask purely out of the goodness of my heart?
Good. Well, I guess it's never appeared like that.
Come, have a cup of tea, dear. You must have much on your mind.
Okay. Is she, like, behind me, or just, like, a voice that's out in the dark?
It's out in the dark.
For the moment, I think I'm okay. See how that does with her.
I'm afraid I must insist.
Alright, Baba. What's the point of me snooping and finding things out that you want me to find out if you're just going to stop me?
I had hoped that your prodigious magic skill had certain limitations, yet your strength has grown far more than I expected. I can sense the trepidation and the questions in your heart and in your mind. Ask them. I have no need to lie to you. Roll an insight check.
Okay. Only a 12.
Okay. She seems, her voice is steady, almost matronly.
Yeah. What is the Green Lady to you, really? If not you herself.
I thought that quite clear. An adversary.
Now, I've heard tale of doing battle with your inner demons, but this seems pretty cut and dry. That she's a part of you, or at least you, to some degree.
Not quite. There is something of me in her. Specifically, her horrible, violent actions against my people that led me to depose her and curse her. A taint that she now spreads willfully to others.
I want to insight check the part where Green Lady's committed crimes against her. 20, not natural.
Steady and truthful. I was not always who I was. There was a time, or who you see me as now. There was a time where I was little more than a young, bright-eyed witch. hoping to form my own coven within the protection of the Feywild. The Green Lady. She would not suffer any magic outside of her own. He practiced within the Spring Court. She ruthlessly hunt my kind down, exterminated them. And so whenever the tables turned and my magic grew strong enough that I might counter her, that I might lead my people, the witches, the hags, those cast to the side within the Feywild, finding their own home, I took it. She is my enemy, and I cast her from her throne to be executed. And everything, all her remnants, any offspring she may have had, to never bear fruit and never be fruitful. But she escaped my justice. Lord knows how many hundreds of her remaining followers threw their lives foolish away just so she could slip the material plane like a rat fleeing from a sinking ship. And she now has the audacity to spread that taint to unwilling, unwitting creatures on this plane. That seems hardly right, wouldn't you say?
In that regard, are you hunting her for what she's doing or what she's done in the past, or is it to clean up loose ends because you're a vengeful sort?
Because justice still must be meted out.
If she was just going to die, why curse her in the first place?
That's the thing. I didn't just curse her. All of her offspring. Everyone that she touched as if something she cared about. Every future she viewed as a possible avenue was meant to turn to ash.
If justice is what you're after, then I see no reason for you to make a deal or extort people to get what you want. If justice is really what should be had here, people would be willing to follow you. And this is of my own doing, so I don't think that's in question. But if you have the power to mete out curses, why not uncurse the Elder Royhan and offer to free Venta with no strings attached?
Afraid that, my dear girl, will only end whenever she is gone, and I am willing to dispel the curse.
Or does she have to be present to dispel the curse?
She looks at you and says, no. If I wanted to, truly wanted to, the curse could be dispelled. But that is not what our bargain is, dear girl. We struck a deal. It's been agreed to.
There's a lot of deals and compromise we've had to make lately. And quite frankly, I'm fucking fed up with it. I take the Baba Yaga mask and I lob it off to the side. If you want to go for my family, fuck it. Honestly, at this point, they can probably kill you pretty easily. Me, hell, I'll go down swinging. But the simple fact is that you would let the curse remain, curse all these people, just out of vengeance, no matter what the fuck she did to you. It's not worth it. You don't actually care about justice. You're just being a vindictive bitch.
That's not going to undo the curse.
Oh, I'm aware.
And you would throw the futures of your allies away? Any chance to remove the curse by my good graces? Over what? Not wanting to reveal the location of the Green Lady?
Oh, I fully intend to find her. Just not through you.
That's so. Very well. I'm okay with that. Go, seek out the Green Lady. I should be very interested to see where she is. You don't think I'm going to stop watching?
Of course not, I just don't think I care as much.
Very
Just
well.
like you said, I've grown stronger than you thought I would. So you better stay the fuck out of our way, if you know what's good for you. We'll find a way to break this curse ourselves, and if that means taking your head, so be it. You just don't get to speak of justice and righting wrongs if you're gonna let this curse persist and hurt people like it is.
My. A couple of compliments, and how vastly you overestimate your powers.
Yeah. Like I said, I'll go down swinging at least.
But I would not get at what I want by killing you here. Of course, you can toss the mask away. Doesn't matter. The deal was struck. So I remain with you until the terms are agreed upon. So I will be watching. And perhaps your sister too. The Gloom Sacrament, was it? My, so many things that can go wrong with it.
Best of luck to you on that front.
Roll an insight check.
Oh boy. 15.
There is something... There is almost a confidence in her voice that belays that while this wasn't something she expected, she does not even remotely feel like her plans have actually been detached at all.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I figured as such.
But you do throw the mask away. But you don't lose your warlock level. The deal was made. The power is still there. The deal, the terms of the deal are still in place, and she's still basically watching you, and can call on you pretty much at any time the same way. But now you are more unwilling to work with her.
See, I'm just surprised she's not more hostile. But I guess I didn't fuck her up too bad, so.
There's something more going on here. Perhaps things you haven't quite realized. There should be one very big red flag that is sort of shown off in Aruna's head every now and then of like, why was this like this?
You know, Colin, we discussed puzzle solving. We're stupid, okay?
It's just a matter of knowing that, you know, Baba Yaga's a deal maker. She's constantly... everything she does seems to have a purpose. Everywhere that she kind of is, she wants to be for a reason. So... you know, like, why, essentially?
Yeah. I also suspect that unless someone makes a deal with her, she can't really do shit. But that's just me.
Well, there are now 2 people that have made deals, because Alec Cool has 2.
Yep.
But she doesn't feel the need to hold you in place. She merely smiles, just tells you that you can throw the mask away, but the deal is still in place. She's always gonna be there, always watching, waiting. And you've made it already clear that you're gonna go find the Green Lady anyways, so why does she care if you do it willingly or not?
Yep.
She opens the door or motions for you to head back, turn your back towards the ruins. A smile on her face. Good luck, Aruna. I hope that your endeavors prove fruitful, as well as your sister's. Do, however, keep an eye out for that Green Lady.
Jesus Christ.
But be careful
Okay.
what you say, Aruna. I'd hate for your dear friend Ito to think you were conspiring against his lady, or that his life was in any kind of danger. Roll an insight check.
Yeah. 22. That's a lot better.
Nope. Can't read anything off of her. Her deception is much better than 20, or that deception roll was better than a 22.
Yeah.
So you don't know if she's telling the truth or lying, but you can't read anything off of her.
Yep. That's fair.
Slowly, the world sort of begins to move back once again, as you find yourself once again looking at the form of Venta. Crickets chirping in the night, no longer within the chilled wood of Baba Yaga, now in the warm sort of tropics of the Ile de Royhan. Everything sort of comes back into focus as you see the hints of magic themselves are gone.
Okay.
And that is where you can go back.
But Lockheed Martin is
How
selling
about you?
Rainbow's Pride socks.
Lock
So you're
these nuts
Chinese
into
or
your
Japanese?
mouth.
Wow, nice of you to join us, Venta True Cloud, who I was
I
gonna have
literally
to meet
messaged
with.
Colin a few minutes ago saying, "Hey, am I needed in there?" Because I heard
No,
it was
too
about
late.
the curse.
Too late.
Okay.
Alright, so I come back from my spirit quest. My eyes shoot open. I go, what a fucking cunt. It's the first thing out of my mouth.
Talking about me,
Well-
the Green Lady.
I look at Alakul, and I'm like, you know the fucking curse we've been concerned about? Guess who put it there? Take a wild shot in the dark.
The curse on.
Shoot a bow.
You're
on
gonna have to
Venta?
narrow it down. Which curse?
The
Into
curse
the night
on
sky.
the Ile de Royhan, the
Oh.
curse on Venta, etc., etc.
The Green Lady.
Oh, well, you see, that's the real kicker. You know the person that we've made 2 consistent deals with, Baba Yaga? Oh, the bitch could just remove the curse at any time she damn well pleases, but she's so vengeful at the Green Lady that she has to keep it on.
Didn't
Wait,
we already know
I'm
that?
sorry, what?
In whatever
Well,
War
damn.
of the Cunning, vengeful bullshit that Baba Yaga did, where she was hunting the Green Lady, she cursed the Green Lady herself. So the magic that emanates from her, that has subsequently cursed Ito's entire family line, his island, and our friend Venta, is remnants of Baba Yaga.
And Baba Yaga can just remove it.
Yes, but guess what? As I stated, she's a cunt.
Will she take it
I
off just
mean,
me so
I
don't
was
die of
I was
super
very
TB?
aware of that, but like,
Oh yeah, Venta, I said if she actually gave a shit about anything she did and actually wanted to mete out justice, she would, without strings attached, free us. Or free you, more specifically, but...
I was about to say, like that. I'm just an innocent. I saw somebody in a dream and then I woke up sick.
Well, according to her, it's the Green Lady willingly leaving chunks of the curse on other people, but I'm...
well then that
Not gonna
I
believe that.
honestly kind of buy that myself, but regardless, I don't know a ton about curses, but I don't believe they just fleck off willy-nilly.
Unless you're like a dragon.
Yeah, well, who fucking knows?
Regardless, I don't know.
Yeah, regardless, I told Baba Yaga she should probably watch herself so we don't cut off her head sometime.
Well,
That's your
That
patron.
is certainly an avenue we can pursue. Also, don't quote me on this, but I'd be willing to bet, unless a deal is struck, she doesn't exactly have the juice to do shit about anything.
what do you mean?
It's too bad
What-
we got the sauce.
What kind of deal would have to be struck to make her gain more power?
Well, what I'm insinuating is, if she's so all-powerful, why does she not, find the Green Lady herself, right? She instead manipulated and made us strike deals with her to hunt it down. Maybe because she doesn't actually have the power to do that.
Yeah, no.
Anyway, I've got a lot going on. And my head hurts. And I'm
Would you-
really mad.
Well, what's the next step?
We can look around the ruins a little more, see if there's something we missed. I think it's odd that that statue is looking at the teleportation circle. But, just so we're clear,
You wonder if it'll work after we put the statue back up.
that is also what I'm wondering. But just before we do anything, Alakul, you and I are obviously on the chopping block, and anything we say she can hear, probably. So, if there's anyone she's after, it's you and me, so keep that in mind.
I don't think you fully understand how fucked I am anyway. I don't care.
Honestly, at this point, I'm more concerned about winning and solving problems than I am about some witch in a chicken leg hut following me around,
Well, to be fair, if she is following us around, there are a lot of other things probably following us around, and they'll probably end up fighting each other, which means less shit for us to deal with.
Wasn't I there too?
Yes,
That
but you
last
didn't
deal.
make a deal.
Oh,
I
I
did.
I'll figure
I
it
was
out.
part of it.
Yeah. Which reinforces the fact, Henley, that while I can't do the crazy bullshit detect magic that I just did with Venta right now, I would be willing to guess that you don't have the stain, the scent upon you that Venta...
So you can tell that I am attached to the deal, though, right?
Could I actually tell that, Colin? I forgot to ask.
Yeah, she specifically said there's more than one person that's been attached
Yeah.
that has
I
she
mean,
has
like,
a deal
does he-
within your party.
Does he have, like, did he have the same magical remnants?
It's
Like,
all
Just...
I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, the deals are all the same, whether they're the most minor deal or the major deal in the world. They're all the same. And it's important, for exact wording for the curse was, the Green Lady was never to be fruitful. And that includes all of her offspring, followers, worshippers, people that sort of come into contact with her. She wants their futures to basically turn to ash. She wants to burn the ground out from underneath the Green Lady.
Yeah.
Asmodeus was actually just Baba Yaga in disguise and nailing deception checks.
Wouldn't doubt it at this point.
I have a deal with her too.
But at the same time, things, even through that, stuff didn't quite seem right. There is still more going on that you felt like something else more was going on, but you weren't able to quite get around it.
Yeah. So,
She was entirely too willing and happy to be like, okay.
Yeah. So, in other words, Alicool, I'm not exactly sure what the next step is, but anything we do in regard to the Green Lady, if we want it to be not heard, we have to find a solution to that. And I, like, look around like a jackass, like, oh, where could Baba Yaga be?
You're looking around as a joke, Vento's looking around like he's confused.
Yeah. Anyway, she's like a bird on your shoulder. She knows what we're doing pretty much all the time.
Yep. Figures. That's okay. We need to figure out how to silence that, and then once we do that, I don't know.
I don't know either. Okay, so magic statue, teleportation circle. The teleportation circle is being viewed by the magic statue. Has Cody shown up yet? Or
Yeah,
has Karaka shown up yet?
He's eating some moon pies and sucking
hello,
down some
Karaka.
cream pies.
Did you get those from the fungus people that you didn't tell us about yet?
You telling me you never had a halfling cream pie?
No.
Everybody likes cream pies.
Okay. So the statue is looking at the teleportation
Is
circle.
Karakwa there now, Colin?
Yep, you show up. After basically this magic stuff has gone on.
Great, where I'm now worthless.
That's not true.
Moral support.
Well, Karakwa, you're not actually worthless, and this can go with Alicool. You guys are both druidic in nature, correct? Yes.
No,
I mean, I'm a lot of things in nature, sir.
Karakwa's not druidic in nature.
He's an ant in
Yeah.
nature.
My head hurts. I just got mind fucked by Baba Yaga. You know how you always read in like books how there's like subterranean structures and
No,
shit like that, correct?
I just had a
Tunnels,
moment of
etc., etc.
realization. I probably shouldn't be over here.
I've never read a book.
Okay, well, regardless, I just want to make sure that we're not, sitting on top of something important.
I think Connor said
You and Alicool-
he doesn't want to hear this, although I imagine someone's just going to tell him what he heard anyways.
Yeah.
Like,
Why'd Cody leave when I'm talking to him?
he's going to be like, oh, BT dubs, Baba Yaga, got an eye out for you.
Well, anyway, basically just have a poke around, make sure there's not, like, something under us or, like, Fey-related we're missing, because I think between the two of you, that's kind of your skill set. Because at least Karakwa's been to the Feywild.
Can you know how when you see people like raiding a tomb and you see like the sand fall into the crack and like seeps down, I want to use a perception check to see if there's some sort of like loose stone tile on the ground that has like maybe has something under it.
Sure.
If he finds one, I'm gonna lift it up.
No, I'll also use a perception to look around, but also to see if there's anything that would have formed naturally under these kind of ruins.
I play hot and cold with my tuberculosis. If I start coughing when I get close to something, that means probably something's there.
I just hear like
It's
30
actually just every time you get close to Karakwa, you start coughing really hard because he's covered in mold spores now.
Damn it.
Well, baskets are really good.
He's like,
19.
Ah, 24.
As you are,
Unless we have advantage, but
as you're, well, only one of you would have advantage.
We're Scooby Doo sleuthing through the
You're
ruins.
Scooby Doo sleuthing through the ruins, looking for anything. Like I said, it's largely run down. At one time, there was probably like a stone floor or foundation in place that's largely cracked away and been eroded away and covered in dirt. As you slowly move to and fro, just trying to keep any kind of just sort of inspecting every inch of it, seeing, is there like sand giving way? Is there anything unusual? And at this point, we've got Karakwa running around, we've got Benta walking around, we got Henley walking around, sort of there. As you look, who got the highest? Karakwa. You see, whenever Henley walks over a...
Oh, I didn't roll one.
Yeah, this is just Karakwa looking, like, as you're just kind of walking around.
Oh, okay.
He notices that the ground sags a little bit. Just a little bit. Whenever, Henley walks over a small area close to the altar, not, like, ceremoniously put in front of it, but sort of off to the side. The ground just slightly gives way, just a tiny little bit. It's a small amount, and not a very large area either. You don't think, as you sort of go to inspect it further, it doesn't look like there's some sort of underground basement or chasm or anything special down underneath it. It doesn't look like you. It seems like at this point, the foundation would have settled, sunk in. Everything looks okay for the most part, but there is something here that isn't quite what to be expected. Like there's some sort of small void, soft spot, as you begin sort of digging down into it, until finally you come across what is a old, sort of rotten, half-rotted wooden box. The hinges long since rusted away. Just maybe 2 feet by 3 foot. Not very big at all. Quite shallow.
Yeah.
And as you, sort of carefully remove the top, you find...
Do I see him opening that?
I imagine, yeah. I imagine people are opening it, unless you want me to wait and say, do you open it?
I was gonna throw a rock at Karakwa and go, we've been dealing with fucking curses, don't open it yet!
You didn't inform me of this. I just got here.
Oh.
But I'll wait. Fine.
See, we got the curse check from the DM because he wanted to open it.
Curse of the Pharaoh.
I'm guessing it's not emanating just naturally. I'd have to inspect it, right?
Return the
Yeah.
slab.
Damn it.
I guess I'll cast Detect Magic on and see if I see anything.
No curses. No magic on
Okay,
the
I
box.
just didn't want to open it and get us fireballed or something.
Just old box.
Yeah. Cool.
All right. Then
Joke's on you. It
Stop.
has.
Whoa!
It actually has a non-magical fireball. Ha 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 ha!
but I would also check for that too before opening. Just kind of.
There's nothing. There's no traps. It was just a buried.
Is it
coffer.
locked or is it just closed?
It looks like at one
Fucked
point
up.
there was a lock on it, but the lock has, much like the hinges, has rusted away.
Okay. Then I attempt to try to open it.
All right, you pull it open, and you find you're looking down on a box that has old, sort of soft green velvet in it. And you open it reverently, almost expecting some sort of incredible artifact, dagger, piece of armor, a sword. You find inside a length of fabric, maybe 2 feet long, an inch wide. It's at one point was probably pristine white, but now it's sort of stained yellowish from time. You can make out the pattern of what appears to be grapevines that run along its length, and you can see small little dapples of purple grapes on it. These are little tiny little amethysts. Not very valuable either. They don't look like they're particularly well cut or particularly large, but it's studded with tiny little amethysts like grapes on the grape sort of vine that has been stitched into this length of cloth. And there is a sort of like a crown, like a laurel, that is made of olive and grapevines. The leaves long since decrepit and desiccated. It's brown and brittle, but it still sits in there in a place of sort of reverence. Those are the only 2 things in it.
I hope you guys don't need any of my spell slots this game.
Why?
Cast as a ritual.
And you can, I'll let you say you did not detect any magic emanating from these items either. They are
It's just something of
they're
reverence.
They're reverence and they're important, but they are not themselves magical.
Well, it's a damn shame that I have all these 5th level spell slots and access to legend lore. But, I mean, unless you want to particularly carry it, Karakwa, I will take that off your hands
No,
for the time being.
this is more of your forte. You go ahead.
That's fair. I'll just put it under my arm and close the box. Other than this and the magic circle, which I'm not sure if that's anything relevant or the statue's just for decoration.
You've not sensed any particular. Well, I don't know.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is there any like change?
You can you can cast detect magic one more time. This time at a normal level. No longer completely overwhelmed by the curse.
Yeah. Alright, I will do detect magic. I'm detecting!
I can't stop detecting!
Beep, 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 beep. Oh my god, I killed Colin because I detected
I was
magic.
totally expecting Tommy to go.
You look at that. You sort of go to the statue, looking at it. Like I said, sits 10 feet high, looking sort of down at the circle. One arm that's sort of up clutched to its, almost like it's clutching at its, like a clasp on its throat or its chest. The other hand, sort of held out slightly, almost welcoming towards the circle. And you just see the faintest hints of some weak divination magic.
Interesting.
You think? Oh, never mind. I don't see that.
It's pretty mild for the most part.
Okay, I don't say anything. Just walk away.
When you walk away.
Isn't that exactly how the Tau came to be in Warhammer 40k?
Please.
They just like, yeah, that's okay, just walked away.
Time for read.
And they showed up with Gundams and shit.
It's more like I have a evil entity looming over my shoulder that I don't.
Oh no, someone's got OBS going.
Interesting.
Now it's gone.
Okay, so another cool Kurako event at Henley. I think we deserve a rest, so let's go find Ito and stay in his fancy place, and I'll worry about this stuff at a later date.
No, house for Ito, refugee tent for Aruna.
Okay.
Well, hopefully I'll make a fool of myself this time.
Yeah. Anyway,
You'll make a fool of yourself. Sexually.
I don't want to sleep with the Refugis.
Adelaide shows up. Why is Adelaide so sticky? And why does she smell weird?
Oh no.
smells like boar.
I think you need to set your camera properly.
Probably.
Why
I
is
also
your
can't
camera
hear
the
you.
symbol from
It's
Crawl?
going green,
Poor-
but it's...
Henley wakes up in the middle of the night and Steinhertz isn't there. He's like, where the fuck is it? Adelaide comes back in the morning with Steinhertz with him saying, this boy knows how to fucking party.
Steinhertz is smoking a cigarette and laying in bed under the covers.
Steinhardt is smoking that
Connor.
dope. What are you talking about?
Why is your camera the symbol from Crawl?
What are you
He
doing,
can't
Connor?
speak because he screwed up his stuff somehow.
Because he's a shinobi.
Yeah, that's the OBS icon.
Yeah.
How did you fuck everything up, Connor?
Connor's
Anyway,
good at
so
fucking
He's
shit
Connor.
I think his microphone also isn't going through properly.
people that are here at the ruins, are we good here? Would you like to go back?
I think
I'm
we're,
Unless my tuberculosis starts acting up,
I
yeah,
think
we're good.
to go.
I have no idea how that happened.
Alright, well,
There we go.
find Ito and stay in
Because
some
my
posh
you guys
accommodation.
could hear me, and my microphone.
we couldn't.
is
No, we
my
couldn't
way-
hear you.
You can't hear me now.
We
can
can.
No, no,
now,
I can
we
hear you
could not
now. I
then.
couldn't hear you before.
People were reacting like.
See, you
No.
freaking removed yourself and screwed everything up just to not hear something that Aruna would just go tell you, probably.
Yeah, I'm coming
No,
home.
I was only
Shit.
gone for like 5 seconds.
But you head to the estate, hoping to find like an actual like large bed you can sleep in instead of the sort of cramped area on the airship that you've got.
I got bad news for you.
I mean, the Ilda Royhan still got rooms. You still got rooms in your house. It's
Well,
just
because there's the original manor house which is destroyed, and I thought because the thing that you and I decided is that Ito's family is actually staying in like the Imperial Envoys like building, which is much smaller.
like how many?
I remember we talked about that.
How many rooms do you think that place has? More than
Not a
enough.
lot.
More than enough for your family, and your guests. It's not like the servants sleep in there.
Yeah, they're in the shed outside.
They get to sleep in the stables like the fucking animals that they are.
Like Nick's friend from that campaign.
Now,
If they uncovered the Cursed Green Lady ruins, they can go sleep there.
for the actual important stuff. How's your day, Tommy? That's the actual important stuff.
I'm-
You find
I'm doing
yourselves
okay.
in Tommy's job. At Tommy's job, Tommy, I'm not satisfied with the shade that this paint was mixed. I got it from Walmart, and I want a refund from Lowe's.
I Xerox my butt.
Can you like
Do you have a
physically?
Xerox machine?
And if you don't give me the refund
Is it rated
for my
for
Walmart
loot
paint, I'm gonna sue your store for everything it's got, and I'm gonna win custody of your children. So what are you gonna do about that?
Okay. I
Shit,
would-
find
Take
my children.
Johnny.
Hell yeah.
I
I
would
wanna know
pull
where they
out
are.
my phone and I would look up the nearest Walmart phone number and I would connect it on the phone and then hand it to him.
Walmart says, "Oh, sorry, I don't care," and they hang up.
Okay. Well, sir, have a nice day.
If you don't do this, I'm gonna get my gun and shoot you and this store up. What are you gonna do about it?
You know, a man said that to my wife while she was working in the city of Tucson, and she reported it and got fired as a result.
My wife. Alright, but to the actual important stuff.
My wife.
Someone's gonna die for some chickens. Someone is.
It's just some gay monastery music.
Is the important part stuff Ito having to carry on his bloodline through his sister?
Yeah, he's got to keep
Oh,
it
like
pure.
any part of what that
That's-
What about the
that's
fucking King Tutankhamun?
The
this
real
shit?
way to avoid the curse actually becomes so inbred the curse decides not to take hold.
Like, I don't want to
Yeah.
be associated
Holy
with
shit,
this.
I don't
thing. That's
need to be
fucking
here
weird.
anymore.
Oh wait. Does that maybe Ito's sister is infertile because she's of the green of the Ilda Royhan and she would be unfruitful?
Thanks, man. Thanks.
The Green Lady is just gonorrhea, and it's really the Yield of Montgomery, Alabama. That's
You
it.
laugh, but I'm pretty sure that was one of Colin's ideas.
Oh my god.
I
you
mean-
know, I just
There, you have to bring in ladies from outside, including Amelia, for a reason. So
Connor does love eye ladies.
Oh man, I lay these nuts across your face.
Yep.
Oh shit.
So Rick, I just
Yeah.
realized that the Old Orihan is just the fishing hamlet from Bloodborne.
Sure. Now,
Are we gonna
meanwhile,
go under the water, and there's gonna be another town under the water that'll be the actual town?
Yeah,
That's-
Ito's actually a fish man.
that seems pretty fun. That's just Shadow over
He's just a
Innsmouth.
Triton nailing deception
Yeah,
checks.
yeah, it's 100% HP Lovecraft inspired, Colin.
All right. On the actual monastery itself, with the topaz tortoises. As I said, there's a lot of ceremony to welcoming anyone, any brother, from a monastery. Looking around, you can see there's quite a few people at this monastery. Not all of them apparently well-seasoned acolytes. It looks like the monastery itself has taken it upon themselves to bring in several of the refugees, perhaps more interested in learning sort of a monastic tradition, and is training them in the way of the topaz tortoise. As you can see, it looks almost like a fight ring that is formed on one of the far ranks, but it's orderly. There's nobody like jostling or shouting. It's merely what appears to be a master of this order overseeing pairs, correcting them on their form. A focus on sort of breathing and efficient movement, using your opponent's body weight against them, grapples and things like that. But that is something you only see in passing, as the actual Grandmaster Caskstone, leads you into the sort of structure itself. It rises 3 stories high, with the bottom level being what appears to be a dining hall, meeting area, armories, things like that. As he begins climbing up a rough wooden staircase at the back, past the 2nd story, which appears to be barracks, lines of bunk beds all against the wall, chests with people's personal effects sitting in them, none of them needing to be locked because no monk would dare steal from another. Up to the 3rd floor, which seems to be the Grand Master's area. Essentially, it has a large dojo, his own personal quarters, as well as the quarters of the masters themselves. Within the actual dojo itself, you are surprised not to see its most prominent feature is not a fighting rink, not a grand armory of impressive weapons. It's not anything actually related to fighting itself. It's simply a long table, small fire oven, a beaten brass kettle, a wall that has what appears to be several fine vintage bottles of wines and alcoholic beverages from around the world. And then, behind a partition, as Grandmaster Caskstone walks you to the actual table itself, just about the largest keg you've ever seen in your life, sitting horizontally against the wall, a tap that is dwarfed by its massive girth. This cask, this keg, sort of rises almost 15 feet in diameter. Big boy. Like I said, it dwarfs its tiny little tap. It almost seems like it would be impossible for the actual floor, which is made of simple wood, to support it, and yet it does. Here it sits. Grandmaster Caskstone doesn't remark on it. To him, it's everyday decoration as much as a couch would be, or a rack of weapons might be in the Emerald Manus Monastery. It's just something that's always been there. It's something that's interesting to you but mundane to him as he sits you down at the table. There are soft, sort of simple pillows and small sort of rice partitions separating this area that he's able to close, giving a more sort of intimate space. As you can see, he takes what appears to be a ceramic bottle, quite small, made of sort of white fired porcelain, that has the inscription and insignia on it that is what appears to be a green horse. And he begins warming it slightly, lighting the actual small fire beneath the kettle. He places the bottle close to the fire. He just sort of sits there in silence, breathing deeply, centering himself, losing himself in the ceremony of serving you. After a few moments, he reaches over, and you can see he just gently brushes the back of his hand against the white ceramic of the container. And seemingly satisfied by its temperature, he lifts it from the fire, or from next to the fire, reaches around the table and takes the shallow dish that sits in front of you and pours just a small helping of this clear liquid. And he takes a moment. You see he very purposefully returns it to you, but he goes around the opposite side of the table, sort of completing a circle as he hands it to you.
I will take the. You said, I mean, it's in like a little sake dish.
Yes.
I'll take that carefully, holding my hands on each side. I'll bow to him, because we can't belly bump while I'm holding this.
You could if you weren't a coward.
Not with that attitude.
He flies across the table with his belly.
Let's take a look at it for a second, but obviously what caught my interest was the logo or whatever on it. Where did you obtain this drink?
You've got a fine eye. Comes from far to the east in the Jinma dynasty. They don't make it quite like this in our empire, and we've got quite a few fine imbibements and beverages from that part of the world. Sake, in this case. We've got rice wines and plum wines as well. You're welcome to try any of them. Each calming and soothing in their own way.
Alright. Thank you. I believe we will have a little bit more to discuss in the future. And I'm gonna go ahead and just put it to my lips and sip the sake down.
Alright. It's powerful alcohol, but it's not a lot of it. It sort of slightly burns at your throat, but like I said, it's small. He's not trying to get you smashed or anything.
I think for every bit of role-playing that Reed drinks, Blue also needs to drink.
Alright, let's go.
I don't have any beer on
Drink
me.
for him.
You'll have to bring some
Yo,
over.
talk to your dad. Just start doing shots. Every time you drink, just do a shot.
Of Everclear.
There you go. I got some shine. I live right around the corner. I can get to you.
After seeing you drink his, he sort of, ceremoniously, he actually, like, lifts his dish up, and he sort of lifts it up in the air slightly and puts it down in front of him, and then pours his own, and some sort of drinks it. Doesn't grimace at all. Merely enjoys the warmth that slides down his throat, before, he reaches over and he takes the kettle off of the fire itself, He grabs a small teacup, begins pouring the hot water into it. You can see there are some a small sachet of what appears to be some sort of ground leaves in there. As he proceeds to make a tea that he hands to you, and then he sets down in front of you. Once again making this motion as he takes from one side and does it on his side, then goes around the other side, sort of making this circular motion to set it down in front of you. This time, he pours his own tea, letting it steep, essentially, to gather in strength, essentially, as he sits sort of silently. But eventually, as you're waiting for the tea to steep, he said, "So what brings you all the way out to the Topaz Tortoises, Master Underbow? It's a long way from the Monastery of the Emerald Mantis. Can't say I've ever been there more than once, but it was a beautiful place whenever I did. And I must say, whenever I went, the Grand Master was most welcoming. I was just a dwarf barely out of my youth back then."
Well, yes, that is rather expected of him, but I will say, we're actually quite a ways away from where we were expecting to be as well. Truth is, our visit here was unintended.
There's not any accidents, Master Underbow. Just fortuitous mistakes, we could say. We don't make mistakes. We just make happy accidents.
Great, he's now Bob Ross. Well, to find myself in good company is quite fortuitous indeed. But really, we were making our way to the Weird Sea. Unfortunately, the magic went wrong, and we found ourselves on the coast.
Magic in the Weird Sea is a bit of a... well, it can be a little bit of a, unhinged and unpredictable thing, that...
A little weird?
I suppose it's earned that moniker for a reason. I hope you don't, well, at the very least, at least coming here or getting there, I can tell you a thing or two about the Weird Sea. I myself never been to Weitdorf, but we hear a lot about merchants and sailors coming through. I mean, obviously we're out in the sea as well, and while it might not be the Weird Sea, we get a lot of people that have passed through the fringes of it. Let's just say that, well, as I said, magic has a weird way of going awry whenever it's cast in the Weird Sea.
Tell me about it.
It has a way of,
keeping an eye on it.
whenever spells are cast, they have a way of rolling on the wild magic table.
Oh my god! This
It's
guy's
nudge,
got
nudge,
meta
wink,
magic
wink.
on him.
Wink, wink. They have a way of going.
Say no more.
They have a way of going awry sometimes.
Yeah, I believe we've learned that quite well.
As I said,
Still, I suppose this is better than other places we could have found ourselves.
of course, and we're happy to have you, lad. The monastery is open to you. Any sort of training you do. He says, we're not nearly as skilled with weapons as you are, to be sure, but we know how to hold our own in a fight. But really, we more about communing with ourselves and the world around us.
That actually sounds quite peaceful.
Well, when was the last time you had the opportunity to sit in silence and have a nice cup of tea and really commune with the world.
I try to when I can, but I'll admit we have been rather busy.
Well, I
I don't know
understand.
if you know much about what's going on the mainland, but things aren't going quite well.
He sort of says, the refugees that have come in have told tales of a great blizzard that rolls across the land. A man with a creature with a flaming heart. Oh, I've heard him.
We've seen him.
Is he as terrifying as they make him out to be?
Quite so. Although, he didn't have the heart when we encountered him.
Well, I've sent more than a few of my men to go fight. I only hope that they are up to the task. But I fear I
Is the
might have
tea,
sent more than one to die.
Is the tea ready yet?
Yeah, at this point it's steeped well enough. A fine.
Well, then I'll pick up the cup.
Yeah.
Well then, to your men, and may they see themselves home safely.
The safe returns as he takes the tea and sips it. It's a nice, strong, sort of black pekoe tea that you sip. It
He's
does
definitely more my speed.
dwell on my mind. But the things that I feel eating away at me, I just calm myself and center myself and do what I can.
That's all any of us can do.
Well, feel like I've been quite rude, lad, to unburden myself upon you.
Pay it no mind.
It only, it would only be welcome in that I do the same. We are brothers in arms, after all. I'm afraid we don't have many masters left on this one, so I feel like I'm actually talking to something of an equal, actually.
I've only recently become one, so I feel you may be overestimating my own abilities. But I appreciate your... It's an honor to be considered an equal.
You've got the bearing of someone much older than you are, it seems like. I think it's your eyes.
My brand.
You've got the eyes of someone that's seen too much. I fear that's gonna be a lot of eyes in the future that has that bearing.
Well, like I said, it has not been going well in the mainland. We've lost so many already. We'll probably be losing even more. Tried to save who I can, but
He
just can't save them all.
sits sort of in silence for a little while. And he like reaches over and he sort of lifts the sake and pours himself another bowl full as he sort of holds it up, asking if you want another drink as well.
Please.
He once again does the same sort of circular motion, reaching out from one side and picking it up to his side and pouring it and going around the other side and setting it in front of you. And you kind of quietly for a while. He seems lost in his own thoughts. Thoughts of what's going on the mainland, thoughts of the monks he's sent to fight, potentially die. The refugees that have poured onto the Ile de Royhan, the refugees that were not able to make it away or are still struggling to get away, not just across Stalreich, but potentially across Bayaz Kumlahar, potentially across the world as it becomes more and more clear what's going on. He is able to sort of look at you and say, well, I wish I had some fancy words of wisdom to give you. Interest in teachings, martial ability. But, I imagine if I don't mind bragging up on the Emerald Mantis Monastery a bit, we're not quite the fighters that your type are. But perhaps I could teach you a thing or two about, well, communion and ceremony. That's where we really shine. If you're willing to learn, of course.
I believe I'd like that.
Good.
It does seem to have a certain difference to the rigid structure that we're used to.
Aye. That is the secret of our style. You can't just be rigid. Sometimes you give way and you use their own weight and strength against them. You saw how I threw him over my hip with just his own body weight? That's sort of how we work. But you seem tired. You've had a couple of fine drinks. Perhaps we should start in the morning. You can wake up bright and early and we'll have the ceremony of communion set up. We'll show you how we become one with ourselves and the world around us, gods above.
A good rest does sound nice.
Well, you are a master, and we do have plenty of extra master's rooms up here. You're welcome to them. You don't have anywhere else you want to stay.
I'll take you up on your offer, and Reed's gonna stand up and wait for him so he can do the belly bump.
Right. He stands up, and he's more than happy to give you the old belly bump too.
Oh, right. Am I supposed to roll anything?
You can roll an athletics check. You don't have to, but it's sort
Why
of fun
not?
to see who gets knocked backwards. Aw, man.
21.
This time you give him a solid knock of about 6 inches backwards as he sort of smiles. I'll tell you what, that alcohol put some fire in you, didn't it?
Everyone just heard that Lou gave a man 6 inches. You can't take it back.
Jesus
God,
Christ.
As a halfling, that's pretty good.
God, Connor, why you gotta make everything sexual?
Because Connor likes getting his asshole licked by a black saxophonist.
I mean, have you tried it?
No.
Frozen the axe man.
Apparently,
Yeah, have you ever had Careless Whisper blown up there?
apparently,
Yeah, that's the cover called Hairless Whisper because he uses Nair.
for me to be attractive, Connor, I need another 6 inches in more than one way. So that's just life.
Hair.
You know why no one wants me, Connor?
Because Felicia Day doesn't know you exist.
No, because I'm damaged.
The best part is his
So you
camera's
know
not
you're
on.
Oh, so
Camera's
hold
not
on.
on.
It's because I'm damaged.
there
The worst.
Why does it look like the Amazon check mark?
Because I only had a green
Because
marker.
he literally grabbed a green thing of paint and just smeared it on his fucking hand.
Alright. So,
Like, we mentioned Jared Leto, and Colin literally goes,
guess what? Bruce.
I hate Jared Leto.
Unfortunately, Bruce, you kind of get stuck down with the grunts. The other people learning.
Oh, hell
The
yeah.
actual people on the ground. You can see that the largest focus seems to be on training up these refugees. Like I said, there's been a lot of monks that were probably sent from this monastery out to, like, fight. And so, those that do remain, the few masters, many of them sort of older, are focused largely on teaching the drunken way, you know? Actually showing them how to fight like that. And you can see they, are all lined up, and before they even step in the ring, these refugees are, like, going and just taking a shot straight to the dome of something that appears to be pretty damn powerful, because as soon as they drink it, you can see they just sort of sway slightly as they make their way forward.
Seems like my kind of training.
Alright. There seems to be one Grand Master. Every time, not Grand Master, but one Master, an older man with a long white beard. It looks like he is a human with sort of dark, ruddy skin, but bright golden eyes, and he's stooped as if he carries a great burden on his back, although clearly isn't empty. And every time one of these refugees, these people, these trainees come and they take a shot of this alcohol that causes them to sway, he does the same. So much so that as you watch him, you're sure he's going to die of alcohol poisoning, as you see him take 10 shots pretty quickly, but easily.
But how is he handling it, though?
He's absolutely not staggering at all, really. Not until he gets into the ring, whenever it almost seems like he focused in on himself. As you can sort of see, he sort of begins swaying slightly. And he waits, watching. And every time this trainee attacks him, a wild attack, he just darts away, slides to the side, grabbing his, basically hand and throwing him to the side, sending him down. You can actually see he grabs the wrist, spins him in place, and leads his fist into the face of another trainee, and you can see it just smashes against his nose. Blood beginning to pour down his face before the two of them collapse in a heap, as he says, "You are not handling your alcohol well enough. You're too slow. Led to the side. You must be focused. Get up! Try again." Absolutely no problem handling his alcohol.
Hell yeah. Is there, like, an open, I guess, space, like somebody looking for a partner to spar with? Because this looks like fun.
Sure. There are a couple of smaller rinks to the side. Mostly, this doesn't have a master teaching one. These appear to be trainees that are just kind of fighting each other in basic hand-to-hand combat. You can see one young man, human maybe 18 or 19, saying, he seems to be almost primping and preening as if he's, you know, the top dog after he's just managed to knock another person to the ground. Sort of stepping to the side, he says, "Why, I'll be a master in this place in no time, especially with all you rabble."
I wouldn't say that too loud. That guy over there looks like he could talk you down a peg or two. I kind of motion over to the
Peg or two? So you
big
say
guy.
you're into pegging?
Who isn't?
Who isn't?
2022, man.
Okay.
Not a very progressive fantasy world.
You want to
believe all this.
try your luck
Straight
against
side.
me? You can. But I must say, after I'm done defeating you on this field of battle, I hope that you don't have my name turning to ash in your mouth. And I do want you to remember my name.
Oh, what's that? And like Bruce is already pouring 2 drinks.
My name is Dipsy.
Dear Lord.
Dipsy
What
Great
is-
Buckle?
Is he like a gnome?
Oh, Dipsy Normus.
That's good. That's good.
That's what my friends call me, at least. I don't
Fuck.
see any reason why we shouldn't be friends. After all, we're not. The true enemy lies on the mainland.
Of course. Nothing wrong with a little friendly pushing in the right direction. Shall we toast to your defeat? And I hand him a glass.
Ooh. He sort of smiles and says, "I like your spunk, old
I
man."
bet you-
Yeah.
I don't know if you're actually older than him, but he does call you old man.
You said he's like 18, 19? Yeah, no. Bruce is definitely older. than
He's
him.
like 18, 19.
Bruce is like 40, almost.
But he drinks it and says, "Alright, old man. Let's see what you've got. I'll even let you go first." As he sort of
Alright.
waits ready.
I'm gonna take my shot, and are we doing this the way that that the Drunken Masters are doing it right now? Like, are we trying to
You're kind of trying to...
copy their...
yeah, it looks like
Okay.
a mix of attack and redirect.
Okay, but we are doing their rules, though. Okay. This is just like a bare knuckle fight.
Yeah, it's not just an all-out fight.
Okay.
Trying to
Alright.
generally follow the way, or at least they are.
Alright, then I'm going to try and get both hands on the chest and push his ass.
Alright. Make a athletics check.
26.
Alright. You're surprised as you grab him and push him. He does give way a solid 5 feet, but he does manage to find his footing before being pushed outside the ring, as he's not weak by any means. It was a good push, and you've gotten good ground on him, but he does manage to halt your push before you just push him out of the ring, gritting his teeth as he quickly returns, trying to push you back. You know what? He doesn't try to push you back as well. He is going to try to flip you. He's gonna make a grapple check to try to throw you over his hip as he sort of tries to dodge to the side. Give me an athletics or an acrobatics check.
14.
Oh wow. You're almost shocked as you held in place almost right at the edge of the ring to pushing him out, and he just slips to the side, lifting his knee up as you collapse on the ground to the edge of the ring as he staggers back to the center. As he was able to sort of flip you and drop you to the ground, as he says, "You know, you're pretty strong for an old man. I must say, that was pretty impressive. You almost had me there.
Yeah, pretty quick for a young shit.
He sort of smiles and readies himself at the center of the ring again.
Oh, I'm gonna get up and we're gonna do this again.
Suck his dick.
Best 2 out of 3.
Twist his dick.
Best 2 out of 3.
Grab his dick and twist it.
Although I don't know.
The old dick twist.
Yeah, give her the old dick twist!
Although I suppose we're still on 1, considering you didn't fall out the ring.
I have to rewatch that.
Oh, I thought that fell out.
No, you just landed on right on the edge of it. But you can see he waits. He's not interested in being the first move, as he once again says, "Alright, old man, come at me."
On me.
Come at me, bro.
For someone his age, a surprising amount of patience.
I like it.
Alright.
Boom. 20.
Alright, this time,
That's again.
once again, you are able to overpower him. Not enough to completely push him out the ring, but you once again push him back. This time, however, instead of trying to flip you over the side, he's... you can see he grits his eyebrows, and he now just tries to push you back to center as well. Give me another athletics check. Oh my god.
Man.
He got a 26. He crit.
Oh, I got a 24.
He crit his. So you find yourself also being pushed backwards a little bit. Not quite back to the center, as you find yourself about 1/4, basically at a 1/4 to pushing him out, 1/4 of the way through the ring. As now, instead of trying to flip you, he's just trying to outright overpower you, and surprisingly enough, doing so.
Pretty fucking strong.
He's young, he's fit, you know, he's a braggart, but it looks like he's earned the right to brag, at the most part. As it's your go. You can try to push him out, or you can try to flip him.
Oh, I'm gonna try and use his momentum against him.
Alright, give him the flip.
Flip his bitch ass.
That'll be a grapple check, so it's athletics, and he gets to choose to do acrobatics or...
Doesn't matter what he chooses.
Well, he rolled pretty fucking bad. He got an 11.
How bad?
He got an 11.
Wow!
He did his
Beat him by 1. Oh my god, with a 2.
His athletics is higher than his acrobatics, so... Unfortunately, you barely managed to flip him as he collapses on the ground, slamming him down to the sand. You can see he breathing from the exertion. You can see his face sheen in sweat. Pretty good, old man. Pretty good.
I hold out a hand and help him up.
He takes your hand as you sort of pull him up. Perhaps I should more formally introduce myself, not as some hotshot shit. I'm afraid my string of victories may have gotten to my head. My name is Desperenian, but as I said, Dipsy is what I prefer my friends to call me. Not quite the mouthful.
Said Desperinian?
Desperinian. My family used to be something of a noble household. Long ago. But the estate was slowly eaten away, and soon I found myself little more than a bankrupt noble with no estate to call his own, living on the estates of those more willing to take me in.
Sounds more familiar than you realize.
I had hoped at one point that, well, my family hoped that I would be able to live in the good graces of my cousin, Amelia, help her around her estate, and I suppose it was quite fortuitous that I was sent to the Ile de Royhan when I was, considering everything that I hear going on upon it. Of course, the life of a noble is dull and uninteresting. I had to take my chance to get out here and stretch myself and my strength amongst these good, fine monks. They've taught me a good deal. Not just about being a fighter, but about being a man. I mean,
They're great for guidance.
look at these pants. They have the American flag on them. You don't want to get roundhouse kicked by these bad boys.
He's suddenly Bandit Keith.
Dipsy's just Chuck Norris.
But
How's his fucking beard?
they've taught me a lot. And no longer do I feel like a shamed, lowly noble living on the goodwill of those, his relatives that happen to be in better positions. These monks here have given me a true purpose. Spark to fight, but one that is tempered by ceremony, balance. What is your name, friend?
I'm Bruce. Bruce Renaissance.
Bruce
of the-
Almighty.
Yep.
You are quite the fighter, Bruce. Impressive indeed. I'd hate to meet you on the field of battle.
That's weird.
Same to you, friend. You've undoubtedly got more endurance than I do. God knows you're barely breaking a sweat. My old ass is falling apart.
Ah, the vigor of youth. Time makes fools of us all. It was perhaps...
Usually it's the knees first.
He nods his head. Well, youth gives you vigor, but age gives you wisdom. I should like to hear that wisdom. Perhaps a drink? You can tell me of your... Well, he looks at you up and down. You certainly seem to know how to carry yourself in a fight. Certainly in a way that... someone, obviously you've seen a fight or two. I should like to hear about them.
Well, you can hear about the one that I didn't do so great at, as he pulls out the Megalodon tooth and just kind of shows off the fact that he's still a little hurt from that. Because Bruce does not look good still.
That seems like a fight you might not have won.
Correct.
One loss.
Look at that too.
All
There's
kind of
6 bars.
subjective if I'm still here.
Speaking of fights you never won, how about you shove your head up my ass and fight for her?
What is wrong with you, Colin?
I don't know. I can't be serious for too long. I feel gross.
That's fair.
Is this when Bruce and him venture forth into the sea to kill the Megalodon together?
It seems
You ever,
like
you ever kill a Megalodon with a man's hand up your ass? Making you operate like a puppet?
I wouldn't mind turning that Megalodon into a puppet. You think you could land it again and use a little strength on your side? Perhaps a little dipsy?
You give me that Megalodon's number.
God, I wonder what the first Google result is for shark pussy.
Shit.
He leans in.
Let's go look it up.
You know, a beast that
Cody's on
size.
it.
A beast that size, its meat could feed a lot of people for a long time.
Baby shark bus.
I have to say, it's this. Tag in Tommy. Colin, say the word. Say you're damaged.
No.
It's Waragora. Oh my god.
I'm damaged. But he does say, you know, that meat could feed a lot of people for a long time if you were to land it.
God damn it.
I can't take it seriously, I'm sorry.
We could always try again. I imagine I piss it off enough to want it to come back for me.
Of course.
If it saw me again.
Something perhaps you could use a little help from Dipsy to do. But you look like you're in need of a rest. That's quite the gash you've got there. Dare I say you seem damaged?
Turns out Dipsy was Jared Leto the whole time.
Oh my god damn it.
So the next game we're all playing the Joker, right?
Oh,
Joker, baby.
Joker!
Do we all
I
get
Realize.
Joker!
I call Joaquin Phoenix. I'm the
Ripsu!
fucking Mimi. I get that one.
Something to think about, you know?
Oh hell yeah, we're killing this shark together.
Dipsy, while he seemed brash and braggadocious, kinda earned it. He's strong. He might
Hell
not be
yeah,
the
dude.
most refined fighter, but he's got some strength in him. And, he's certainly seems to be at the top of the crop amongst these refugees that are fighting. But he kinda just wants to, you know, after you've sort of fought to realistically kind of to a draw for the most part. He just wants to have a drink with you. He wants to hear about, you know, why you know how to fight so well, the Megalodon, your journeys. Like I said, he has the education of a noble, but none of the actual power, because his family is even lower than Ito's, because they've completely lost their estate. Amelia is his cousin, probably not even a first cousin, probably like a second cousin, like once removed, and was sent here to basically live, hopefully in her good graces, maybe be like a page or help, or like a clerk for Ito, that sort of thing. But he's found a new purpose, training to be a monk, and he's happy to hear about it.
Fucking dope.
So you made a friend.
Yay!
Dipsy's a
Yay.
friend. But you go
Friend
and
get-
Oopsie.
you have a drink, and you have a chance to rest and recuperate from your wounds. And you actually gather some attention as you're able to, like, hold up the shark tooth, and you hold up the shark tooth, and you can't say, I didn't even say it was this big, but my arms don't do it justice! That sort of thing.
Jesus Christ.
And they are all happy to listen to you as you drink and you pass the night. Eventually, like I said, you are able to sleep in the barracks if you want to. Like I said, you don't need an inn. The beds are comfortable. They're clean. They're not like luxurious, but it's probably slightly better than the bunk you sleep on the airship itself. It's a little bit more roomier, that sort of thing. And you're able to rest. We're gonna do a quick scene with Ito, with Valdira, and we're doing a scene with Reed.
The Reed scene.
Because that'll be in the morning. When he wakes up, he's able to basically commune.
Immune. Oh my god.
I'll come on Yoon's face.
Do you promise?
I don't tempt me, Cody. I will. I'll drive
Okay.
over there and I'll make Laura watch, and then she
He is
won't
like
even
that.
then she won't even clean it up afterwards.
He's-
I can't believe she won't clean it up off the floor.
That's how you get-
the worst thing
Yeah,
ever.
that's how you get cum ants.
Yeah, they
Yeah, so you
come-
get semen ants. And
They-
ants that survive solely off
Cody,
semen.
once the ants get a taste for semen, they're just gonna start trying to crawl up there and get it from the source. So,
Obama has semen ants.
Finally.
like how whenever like Canadians tap a maple tree for the syrup and get it straight from the tree, that's what they're gonna fucking do.
Cody, when you need to do self-defense, you could just shoot them all out at once.
Cock ants.
Oh my god, it's like a shotgun of ants from your dick.
Oh my god.
Like, poof.
Oh, you gotta make
That
sure you
sounds
get some fire
terrible.
ants.
All right, I'm gonna pause real fast. I gotta go pee, but we're doing Valdira and Ito. Then we're doing Reed's communion. and also what Reed is adding to the Reed's Kung Fu Codex, because you do learn something from here, and that's important.
Thank you, Nick.
But I'll be right back after I go pee-pee.
Yep.
The nighttime stroll with.
How do we know you're not pissing right at this very second?
Because I would have a much happier look on my face. Also, I'm close to my computer, and if I projectile peed, you know what would happen? My computer would be damaged.
No.
No!
But what if you're
The worst part is that no one that listens to this is gonna see Colin's fucking hand.
Nobody listens to it.
I guarantee one
I do
person will.
sometimes at
It's
work.
for it's
It's
for
Jared
my
Leto.
it's for my
It's Jared Leto.
records. It's basically
Jared
for
Leto,
me.
he's our
Googling
biggest fan.
himself.
It's
Yeah.
for me to
I listen to
remember.
it at work.
Well, you
They're gonna
shouldn't
make
because
a-
it's bad. But the point is,
they're gonna make it. Oh, you go ahead.
beneath the sort of night skies,
Cody's gone. Bring Cody back.
stepping out, you find
Cody, come back.
yourself
Getting
walking
too damaged.
an estate you haven't walked in some time. The Ilderoy Han is not the most
Oh, Cody.
sizable.
He said, "No, I quit.
The Ilderoy Han is not the most beautiful.
Can't take it anymore."
The Ilderoy Han is not the most developed estates, but it is still your home. It's still where you grew up, and despite the fact that it might not be the most impressive estate, it's not even amongst the top 10. It might not even be amongst the top 100 estates on the world. It's still your home, Ito. And there's something
Yeah, but I've
wonderfully
heard his,
comfortable about that.
Yeah.
I've heard his reputation is damaged.
He's gaining it back though right now, and that's what's important.
Go. Just so you know, Connor, I did not click on the spoiler text.
Valdira walks behind you, or walks beside you in silence, every now and then taking a swig from the glass bottle that she pulled from the bar. You look up at the stars. Stars you've looked up at towards 1,000 times. Next to your sister. Your mind flashing back to when she was young and still hopeful. Now, turning to her, you see a woman who's lost. Just like your aunt, she's gonna be a lush.
Well, I was gonna ask, the fuck is that about?
What about?
Would they be the reason that the manor house is so empty?
Wait, what did you just say?
The people in the bar. I'm assuming they're servants, stable hands, people from the town.
She sort of shrugs and says, well, servants and stable hands and refugees need to drink too, or deserve to.
There's an inn in town for that, one that can actually make money off of it, and they're good people and deserve it to be made in their hands.
Well, it'd be nice if they had money to give to them, wouldn't it?
They might. But also probably help if they did something to earn their money.
She just sort of shrugs, keeps drinking.
So at what point did you give up?
You give up what, exactly, brother?
A
Hope?
parent. I guess so.
I suppose about the time they started sending kids younger than 18 off to a place that they barely even know, to be buried beneath a foot of snow, to have their graves unmarked. Maybe somewhere around there? Does that sound about right, Ito? Oh wait, no, you wouldn't know, because you weren't here, Ito. You
No,
weren't here
I-
doing
I wasn't here because I was too busy being over there, dying myself, and having those around me die on my hands as well. Fighting for inches, teaching an emperor who doesn't care about her people to do so anyway.
I would rather gladly throw my life into the grist mill than have to throw good young islanders. And it's not a choice I thought I would have to make. I thought I had an older brother that would help me out in this. And yet you weren't here whenever I needed you to be. And I
Right,
looked
I was
to your fiancée, and she
I was in the war that you're complaining about.
She sort of just looks at you and she says, "Well, I'm glad your sorrows so outweigh mine, Ito."
No, I just found a better way of dealing with it than intoxicating half the island's populace.
I don't force them
For
to
what?
be here. They choose to be here. It's not like I'm haranguing them or strong-arming them into having a drink here. They have the entirety of the Ile de Royhan at their disposal if they want to go there.
Right, but you're giving it away for free, so...
She just sort of shrugs. If it weren't... If the drinks in town were better, people might be willing to pay for them. It's called the free market, Ito.
So that's your plan?
I don't have
Just-
a plan.
To just stop.
Why don't you have a plan?
Because I'm damaged.
Well, you'll see that was too easy. You could have done like a more Joker reference. You know, like segued into it.
I'll segue into... You know what? I crashed my Segway and it hit a car, and you know what happened to the car? It was damaged. No, and then it goes... honk, 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 honk.
We all need professional help.
I won't
How-
want amateur help though.
You're all cowards with your cameras off, by the way.
I don't have a camera.
Ito is...
I mean, fix it, they're $20!
Ito's significantly older than Valdira,
Still
isn't
until
he?
I turn mine on right
I
now.
can't
Yes,
turn my
Ito.
camera on, Cody. My hands are full.
Ito is,
camera's
he'd probably
damaged.
be 37 at this point. Valdira would probably be about 24. Because she was young when she was a kid when he first left. And then she was like a young adult when he left for the second time.
There's a big difference between Ito and Valdira. She's not seen the world. She's a lot younger. You know, and she has turned in, like I said, she's, you can, while Ito can say, you know, I've been out there fighting too, that doesn't do a lot to absolve her guilt that she feels, and she's unable to really process it and deal with it. You know, someone who is older might be able to, and so she's turned to drinking, essentially. But it's clear she feels tremendously guilty. She's... you helped raise her and see that she views the people of the Ile de Royhan not as subjects to be cast away on a whim, and that has... While that's a good thought, that's also led to this situation where she doesn't view them as that. She sees them as brothers and sisters and people that she's responsible for. And the Empire has come in and said, you've got a quota to meet. We're fighting. We're drafting people. We're conscripting people. You've got to send them. And she has. And she's upset that she's done it. She's upset that you weren't here, because she's not supposed to be in charge of the Ile de Royhan. That's supposed to go to you. No. So, it's hard for her to deal with that, regardless of what you've been through. That doesn't fix her guilt. And it's led to her drinking. It's too fucking fucked up for a Dungeons and Dragons game. Let's play Pathfinder.
Alright. Is it more common?
Is it
for things to
more
be
fucked up,
damaged
or is it
in
less
Pathfinder?
fucked up?
No. No. That's the whole point of this campaign. It's not black and
Colin,
white.
when I told you that I wanted a tragic character, you were excited, and then you keep bumming yourself out.
But that's sort of the thing that I think it's important to understand. It's not playing a game like Ito can come with, hey, I've been out there fighting it. It doesn't fix or absolve her or comfort her in any way that Ito's been doing shit, because it doesn't fix the shit she feels like she had to do. And she's just not dealing with it well. And that could be a matter of age. She's relatively young. You know, it's basically like whenever a college kid gets dumped, instead of being like, that's okay, I'm gonna move on, there's other fish in the sea, they might just turn to fucking drinking. That's just how it is at that age. And what she needs is her big brother to tell her it's gonna be okay, basically. Is it too emotional for you, Connor?
No, I'm trying to think. I had a very specific plan of what I was gonna do, and you went in a different direction, so now I have to think.
I mean, this is just what she feels.
No, I get it. Did you know that our family's cursed?
She just sort of says, she sort of holds the bottle, takes a sip, and says, I didn't know it, but all things considered, I would not be surprised by it.
No, you're misunderstanding. I don't mean that in a euphemism manner of speaking. We have some things to answer for, unfortunately, and they aren't things that were decided for us to do so, but we have to answer for them anyway. That's what I'm trying to fix. That's why I've been gone.
What do you mean? His family's cursed.
Yeah.
So we're fucked.
No.
Oh, we're only damaged?
Yes. Not fucked. I think we are currently standing on a precipitous edge, and we can choose to plummet, ride it as long as we can until we hit the ground, or we can step off and climb back down. I can prove it to you if you like, but it might lose you some friends.
She kind of shrugs and says, I don't think I have any friends left anyways.
Good, and I will take her back into the bar.
Oh, we're drinking. Okay, sure.
Yes. I will take her back into the bar. I will jump up on top of the bar itself, and I will announce myself. Like, hey, you people! All of you wonderful, wonderful individuals who have decided to pay patronage in my noble house. Unfortunately, the stock, as I'm sure you've noticed, has started to be watered down, but that's okay. We have new casks coming. However, there's now a charge.
New casks!
But there's now a fee that needs to be paid.
Boo! Give us free drinks, you dumb fuck!
If you want to keep drinking, You have to at least pay for the drink.
Your face is old and your dick is small. Give us free drinks.
Anybody who doesn't want to do so, you're welcome to leave.
You see a couple people file out, but some people remain.
And I will start pouring drinks and taking coin for them.
All right. The first guy does it. Pours the drinks. Do you actually? I mean, you probably don't actually get new casks in. It's as soon as.
No, I'll just, if there's one that's sealed, I'll crack it open.
I mean, it literally, doesn't even matter. The same cask that they're drinking from. As soon as you start charging for it, you can see one guy takes it and drinks it. Casks of vinegar? What fucking joke is this?
I will keep pouring.
Your mustache is stupid. Your father was a better lord. He'd be disappointed in you. He sort of staggers away.
Good.
Again, over and over again. Anyone that pays for it, they just either spit it out or just kind of set it down and walk away. And within 15,
There's a profit.
Within 15 minutes, it's empty. There's nothing left. There's nobody left.
She is.
And I will pour the last drink, and I will hand it to Valdira.
She sips it. I mean, it's a bit watered down, but it tastes fine.
Yeah? Well, you still need to pay for it. Actually, to be honest, I don't know how this is going to work, but we can try.
She pays for it. She just kind of shrugs and says, it tastes the same.
It stays within the family, unfortunately, so I don't know if it counts. I'm still figuring out how it works.
That is fair. Technically, your family hasn't gained anything from that transaction.
I went to the country of Stahlreich, our northern neighbors and benefactors after a fashion, with a wagon full of booze, and watched it turn to vinegar before my very eyes. It was about that time that an individual who called himself the Redeemer decided to take it upon himself to raise an army of undead to fight the hordes of villains coming in from the far north to slaughter everyone in their path. That is what the people that the crown is requesting are going to go do.
Sending off our boys to fight a war on another. Might as well be another damn continent.
Sometimes it feels that way, yes. Gets quite cold up there.
Do you think it's worth it?
Let me work it.
Cody, if you ever bitch to Connor about interrupting scenes, you have to be shot now.
That's so good.
Forgot my mic was on.
Lou, who sings that song?
I actually do know that one. Fuck.
Do you? You don't sound so sure there, buddy.
It's Britney Spears and the Temptations, Lou.
Fuck off.
Shut up, everyone. Shut up now. We all get to have our scenes. We will let Connor and Ito have his with his sister, as she says, "Is it worth it?"
A little bit of misery in the wake of certain death. Yeah, I'd say so. Have you seen Yanduin?
He prefers to stay in the bars in Virides. He says it's a larger, more boisterous crowd.
That sounds about right.
He would come through here once every week or so.
And how long has this been going on? Full disclosure, you've probably done more with the stable than our dad ever did. So, good thing there. Lou's gonna fucking get an aneurysm trying to find this out.
I know, I just...
Just type it.
He's been doing that for a little while. I don't know, 2 months maybe. I don't know the exact time.
Missy Elliott, fuck. How fucking hard was that to remember? God damn. Sorry.
I'm about to turn into Pissy Elliott here in a second.
But
he said
Pissy Elliott.
she says about a couple months. She doesn't know the exact timeline. A little while, but not long.
I have Mayora and the stooge from the Empire drawing up proposals to find ourselves some more food.
That's rude. He's been nothing but kind to Ito and understanding.
I just don't remember his name.
His name is Bartleby.
Bartleby, thank you. I was gonna say Bartholomew. Bartleby, drawing up proposals of how we can not starve to death. Now, unfortunately, as cold as this sounds, sending people off to war does ultimately reduce the quantity of mouths that we need to feed here. But we do have a problem in that regard. We are running out of food. And I'm willing to bet that whatever the hell this is, it's probably not helping.
Perhaps. And she sort of looks around at the bar. But then she sort of turns and she looks at you and she says, "That's why you need to be here. You are the lord of the Ile de Royhan, and the Ile de Royhan needs its lord more than it ever has, and I don't think I'm up to the task. You're my
No, I don't.
And she sort of comes and she sort of clutches. You're the heir and my older brother, and you've always looked out for me. I think it's time that you stay home and you rule like father wanted you to."
No, I don't really care what he wanted, but
But what about what I want? I want you here. Amelia wants you here. Mayora and Dags and Bromwell. We want you home. And it's not just because we miss you. And it's not just because you're my brother. Because we need someone to lead us. Who's more sure and experienced than I am.
That's
And
a good point.
You've returned to us, and as she sort of comes, and you can see she just like a child resting her head on a parent's bosom. She just sort of rests her forehead on your chest. And you can see tears just forming in her eyes. And she says, "I need you here. Because I don't think I can do this anymore." It's got a lot heavier than you thought it was going to be, didn't it?
I'm gonna tell you what I was gonna do when we're done.
But she wants you here. She wants the Lord here. She wants her brother here. So what does Ito do? Does he continue with a big picture at the cost of Ile de Royhan and his family's happiness, maybe? Maybe. You don't know anything, but it's a hard decision. But it's meant to be that way. I mean, you say it's not, but you say, "Fuck you, family."
No, I will look down at Valdira and I will let her know that unfortunately I cannot do that. I cannot leave this thing unfinished. several things, actually.
She takes a step back, looking up at you, says, I understand. Speaking of things that can't be left unfinished, as she grabs the bottle and sort of starts drinking it. It is good to see you again, brother.
Have you considered going to the mainland? Perhaps not now, with the war and all that, but I did. About 6 years before your current age.
She smiles and she says, I feel that's a luxury that's afforded in more peaceful times.
Wasn't very peaceful when I went there, but it was definitely a different problem. I can't stop what I am doing, but I can pause, I think, to help you get a handle on this place so that we have something to come back to when we're done. It was not right of me to dump this on you, and I understand that now. But unfortunately, I'm in too deep and I can't just leave.
Are you trying to keep all the blood in your head?
Damn it!
I didn't catch that.
You are the Lord of the Ild Royhan. Your word, say, is what happens. You seem tired, and I myself, considering there's no one to serve, am quite tired as well. Perhaps we should retire and speak on this in the morning.
Yeah.
Almost immediately, she's gotten a lot more distance. She's basically walled up. You saw her be vulnerable for a moment, and now she's walled off again. She says, well, I imagine that Dags has prepared your room. Shall we retire? And she turns and she just walks out the bar.
Peace.
I'm gonna cast Sending to Venta, and I'm going to ask if he's made it over to the house yet.
How late is it, Colin?
Now it's getting pretty late.
Oh yeah, I'd definitely be there by now then.
And I will venture towards the manor house, and I will seek him out.
Oh shit. I was also gonna go find Venta after this.
My god, who wants to... Why does everyone want to talk to Venta and his gay curse blood?
We can do that next week if you'd like.
No, we gotta do Reed's shit. Gotta get fucking
Yeah,
done.
Exactly. Do
No,
Reed.
it's happening
We'll
in the
talk to me
Reed's
next week.
shit is happening in the morning, so this nighttime shit's gotta happen.
Mine is a brief thing with Ito and Venta that'll take me like 5 seconds to explain myself.
Y'all
and then you guys
conve-
can do whatever.
After Valdira retires to her room, Ito, as you step out, most of the people have returned. Anybody who wants to... As people are retiring, like I said, you've got room in the estate that, you know, everybody can have a room. It might not be necessarily the most luxurious of rooms, but it is a comfortable room with a comfortable bed. There, you meet, just outside it, Venta and Aruna at the same time. Go.
Okay. So is Ito showing up too, so I can just get this done all in one good go?
Yes.
Okay. I'll finger gun both Ito and Venta, obviously, as Aruna does. So, I'm sure there's a lot on both your minds. Ito, you're looking dour. Venta, you're looking sick as usual. Don't worry about it too much. If I could not be bothered for I don't know how long a period of time, I have headway Ito on our curse issue. Hopefully.
Alright.
Venta, I may need you, and Ito, if not yourself, a family member would be preferable. At some point, I will ask when. Long story short, I might not be able to fix the curse, but I might be able to temporarily stop the curse or suppress it, being the goal, which I think solves a lot of issues on your island, because I'm sure you need money, right? And well, the more pressing one, I look at Venta as he's choking to death on his own blood. Also, making sure he doesn't die.
Oh my god, you're not gonna tell Ito about the deal?
I mean, now that Colin's gone and said that.
Yeah.
We don't hear that. That's DM speak.
Whenever I get to a point where I'm done doing what I'm doing, I'll talk to him about it. So I want to just shack up Colin for a while, and I'm gonna try to find a way magically to suppress the curse in an individual, or attempt to figure out a way to like reverse the effect for a little while. I know that's gonna take a long while.
Yeah.
And
it'll take some work.
I just want to see if I can do it on one person. Like if I can make like a rune sequence or a charm or an item.
Given that you put Ito and Venta in front of you, the choice between Ito can get rich or Venta can just be not dying, and you choose to make Ito rich and be like, fuck you, Venta, go die.
I'm not sure which between the two of them is more. I think saving Venta is the easier test subject for the moment.
Venta's parents come and beg you, you're like, fuck you, your kid's gonna die of blood AIDS.
Great.
Or my super TB.
Alright.
So, in other words, Ito, just tell everyone I'm busy, and if you really need me, yeah. And I will fuck off.
Alright.
Okay. Cool.
Seems fair.
Is that Tommy's way of saying he's not going to be here next week?
Oh, I'll be here next week.
No, that's Tommy's way of saying move on to the next scene.
Yeah, I just have to legend lore this stuff next week and try to figure out this curse bullshit.
Alright.
It'll take time.
You each retire to your rooms and you rest.
Wait, I gotta meet with Venta.
You're all three meeting together!
Well, Aruna's leaving, I still gotta talk to Max.
Then fucking talk!
Yay!
All right.
Next time.
Mr. Venta.
Lord Sarasenio.
Oh, don't call me that.
That's what you are.
Did you enjoy meeting your family again?
It was refreshing to meet my parents. Everything is so much pressure out there. Here it's, at least with the parents, it's a little bit of a break.
And did you tell them about what happened with your acquisition?
No.
Probably for the best.
That's what I was thinking.
I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. Once this endeavor for the Empire and the island and the curse and all that is over, that blade and whomever carries it will not be welcome on these shores.
I don't plan on holding it forever.
If it wasn't for the rather hilarious manner of how we arrived here, I would have said something sooner. But I understand the need to do unenjoyable things for the betterment of a cause. And I am willing to look the other way to an extent. But once this cause is met, you will not be welcome back for as long as you continue that pact.
I put a clause in there that I could put the sword down at any time for that reason.
Good.
That is exactly why I made sure to tell him I don't have to do this forever.
Good. Then we understand each other.
Crystal clear.
Good. And I will leave.
As will I.
Right. Two of you retire to your respective sleeping places. I imagine maybe Venta just goes home, sleeps under his family's roof one more time.
Probably. Yeah, actually.
Ito, your room is the master suite of the Ile de Royhan. The estate is arrayed before you. You can see there's already your bed has been turned down. Dags has set out silken pajamas for you to retire in. You can see there's already a warm bath drawn. The nearby bathing room. You're the lord of the island in your home. There's already a fire burning in the fireplace, pushing back the night air that's rapidly beginning to cool. You can tell it's going to be a relatively chilly night on the Ile de Royhan, and the warmth of the room is welcoming. You retire in silken sheets and silken pajamas. Wake up next day, having learned a thing or two about the Green Lady, about Baba Yaga, about curses, Fae politics. I mean, there's a lot going on here. But the important thing is that bright and early, as the sun crests the sea, casting golden rays across the Ile de Royhan, people are already up and moving about in the Topaz Tortoise Monastery. Acolytes and trainees having risen to create a rather meager but filling breakfast. Simple porridge, sort of bacon fat, sort of old bread from the day before. It's not exactly the most, exciting or extravagant of meals, but it's filling. Provides you a lot of energy as people are going up and about. And that, as you rise early in the morning, read, you can see there's already, at the same table you were at the night before, enjoying sake, tea, with the Grandmaster, the Grandmaster, you find it's already set up for another ritual. This one doesn't have individual bowls. Instead, on the table it has a large circular dish. Its contents sort of glittering faintly. Grandmaster Taskstone sort of sits there, already awake, ready for you to emerge, having carefully placed various implements around it. What appears to be censer of some sort. You can smell the faint smell of incense wafting out of it. Just little bits of grayish smoke pouring from it. There's a small aspergillium hanging off his robes. Every now and then he takes it and he splashes it. You can already smell from the room, whatever he's splashing, it's actually an alcohol of some kind.
Colin, as a raised Catholic, that is sick as fuck.
He doesn't
Like,
even
top fucking notch.
He doesn't even look your way, but you can tell that as soon as the door opens, he knows that you've emerged. Just the faintest tilt of his head, a single ear turning towards you as the door slides open.
You're preparing for another ceremony.
I am, lad. Ceremony of communion.
Are all the acolytes attending? I mean, you said he's got a lot of bowls set up or whatever, right?
It's a single bowl. One large bowl.
Oh, it's just a single bowl. Oh, okay. Oh, apologies. Sorry. I should be paying more attention. Well, if he was expecting me, then obviously it seems like it's for me, so I will take my place in front of the bowl.
As you kneel in front of the bowl, he once again sort of you can sort of feel the heady mixture of like heavy incense washing over you as he takes this aspergillium, and he once again just takes in. You can see he shakes it, and you can feel the faint drops of a liquid that sort of goes across your brow. You can smell the alcohol on it. As he says, I sense turmoil and trouble within you, lad. These are trying times. Dark times indeed. And the only people that we have to turn to are ourselves. To be in touch within our own balance. You're a worldly man. Worldly halfling. I mean, I've traveled, to be sure, but I would never call myself worldly. You've seen a lot, as I said last night. You've got eyes that are older. You've got eyes that have seen too much. It can be hard to come to peace with yourself. And that is what the communion's all about. Centering. It's like a meditation, but for the soul, spirit.
Isn't that what meditation already is?
Shut up, Cody. It's for something deeper. It's for faith. I can't force you on this journey. You have to be willing to take it.
If it will help, then I will take whatever journey I need.
Alright. He takes a deep breath. And you find yourself transported to Dave and Buster's arcade. There's a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in Time cabinet. Pac-Man.
I fucking love Turtles in Time. Holy shit.
There's a ball pit.
What the fuck?
There's air hockey. That game where you throw basketballs into a hoop, whatever it's called. Basketball?
Oh, basketball.
Whew.
It's beautiful.
I took a sip of water right then.
Do they have the Deer Hunter game with the pump shotguns?
Cabela's?
There's that one game where you shoot zombies.
House of the Dead.
House of the Dead. There's House of the Dead. There's Pool. Oh my god.
God.
Do they have
Nerds.
Do they
Is
have
that
the
1 cabinet?
No.
Do they have Time Crisis 2?
Time Crisis 2.
They've got
or Dino Crisis.
They've got like a race car game where you're like in the race car. It's incredible.
Do they have Hydro Thunder?
And there, behind the ticket counter, selling toys and prizes for tickets. It's Blue.
What the fuck are we doing?
It's Blue and he looks glorious.
It's Jared Leto.
Why?
And all the prizes are damaged.
No! I like how you.
Yes, that was perfect.
I like how you can tell that Beaver thought of that, thought better of it, and then said it anyway.
You're exactly right, Connor. Thank you.
Now,
I can't wait for Colin to re-listen to this and go, what the fuck?
Now what really happens, well,
right?
that is
Nah, man, Reed went to a Dave & Buster's, that's all I care.
that is something that happens to Reed.
Boy.
Alright. Within the beautiful circular dish, you look downwards. And for a moment, it's like you're just looking into water. It's nothing. You look down at the dish and you just see the bottom of it. Doesn't mean anything. But then you sort of breathe deeply, centering yourself, looking at the dish as it slowly turns almost silvery. And soon you're not sure where the water begins and the dish ends. It all seems to be merged. As you see, it almost seems to expand, encompassing your very vision as far as you can see. No longer do you see Grandmaster Caskstone there. No longer do you see the beautiful, if simple, monastery. You look down into a beautiful sea of silver that sort of slowly dulls from almost pristine, faintly mercurial, till you tumble downwards, feeling almost like a great blanket wraps around your body. But then there's a light. The faintest pinpoint that grows in darkness. And it grows from a pinpoint to a candle to a lantern. Sun. As you tumble way down into it, losing yourself. You feel like you hit the ground. Your eyes closed, your body throbbing almost. And then they sort of slowly flutter open. And you see sort of grayed skies, cloudy overhead. As you look about, you see a land that seems quite barren. It's not that it's dead, but it's not that it's alive either. It's a sort of twisted, rocky landscape. as far as you can see, sort of turning in place. And for 1 second, you almost miss it. But just glittering in the light, what appears to be a crystalline spire that rises up, jagged and savage, and at the same time welcoming, inevitable. You can see around it the faint movements, what appears to be almost ethereal bodies going to and fro. Some almost wisp-like, little more than smoke and a gentle breeze. Others more corporeal, better defined, clearly humanoid for the most part, but even a couple that aren't. Some walking on 4 legs, most walking on 2. You even think you see one that walks about on 8 legs, scuttering around almost like a bug or a crab of some kind. Each of them moving about. What would you like to do?
Obviously, I would slowly, sort of cautiously, just begin to make my way towards the tower, or the spire. I'd look around on my way there at each of the beings. Not really, just kind of observing them, don't really have much of a curiosity, which is a little weird, to speak to them, because it doesn't seem like I should interfere with them.
You pass by them and they seem to pay you very little mind. But when you look at their faces, they don't seem happy, but they don't seem sad. They seem content. Like, this is right. This is how things are just... this is how things are. This is how things are supposed to be. This is where they're supposed to be. This is where they're supposed to be going, even if they're just passing through. There's no fear. There's no sadness. There's no happiness. There's no regret. There's just general contentment, and they seem to pass over you and through you and around you like water passing over a rock. As you walk towards this massive crystalline spire, and you're surprised, it takes you longer to get there than you think it would, because the spire it's much larger than you expected, and as you get closer and closer and it begins rising up, looming across the landscape, you can see it's not really clear completely. It appeared sort of that way from a distance, but up close it looks sort of smoky, vaguely opaque. You can see that above the actual entrance, this great maw that sort of seems like a small black hole amidst sort of smoky topaz, a set of scales, a symbol of Kelemvor.
And wait, where was this? Like, on the door, or?
It's above the door, yes.
Above the door. And this entire place, you said, is just, like, gray.
Yes, cloudy, the sky is sort of fairly cloudy. It's not like it's storming, but it's not beautifully sunny outside. It's sort of gray. The landscape, like I said, it's not a mass of dead trees, nor is it verdant and alive. It's sort of rocky.
So I'll just, well, I will step up to the door and see if I can just gently push my way inside.
Right. Looking up at as you walk beneath the doorway, it's imposing. But at the same time, you don't feel unwelcome. You're once again sort of surrounded by darkness as you step through the doorway. But as you sort of push onwards, soldiering onwards, you actually see that it opens up rather quickly. There is... It's hard to explain what you see really. You feel like you're looking at... It's almost like a room that has a dip in it, like a step down, but it's not like a single step, it's like a 1 foot long fall, essentially, down. And you can see you're looking at what appears to be a floor that is made of brass, or bronze, or maybe some sort of dulled gold, you're not quite sure. And it rises up from a... it basically has chains that rise up from 4 corners on this floor all the way up to what appears to be a arm made of the same material.
Chains up to an arm?
Yes, it looks like 1/2 of a massive scale.
Scale. I will go ahead and I will step on onto the scale.
Right. Stepping onto the scale, it feels cool beneath your feet, around you, as you look up and you wait for a moment, unsure of what's going to happen. But after this moment, you can actually see, I believe your piety score is 7 now? Is it?
I think
8 or 7 or...
Last I had it was at 5, I thought. The last I had it was at 5. I'm not sure how much more we've gotten since then.
I think I had it bumped up to 7.
Alright.
Slowly, it begins to actually tip downwards, like an elevator, just slowly lowering it from the ground. As you see 1 level, 2 levels, 3 levels, down to a 7th level. You can see down here, there is an opening, much like before, like you walked into, except it's not a black, sort of disparaging, sort of worrying maw. It's white, clear, and crystalline, almost welcoming. You can see glittering light and rays sort of coming from it. Come, Maya. You've proved yourself worthy.
Yes, Lord Kellenvor, and I will walk towards the voice.
Stepping into the actual doorway, surrounded by white light, you're not sure if you come out on the other side as naked or just pure energy, but you don't feel like Reed. You don't feel like a corporeal body. You almost feel like spiritual energy, almost, just in the vague shape of a humanoid. But you're not standing in some sort of grand throne room. You're not standing in some sort of cathedral. You find yourself standing in the dojo of the Emerald Manus Monastery. A familiar place, a comfortable place. The fire is burning and crackling. While you don't see anyone there at all, you can still see the dojo in the center. Except now, instead of being bare sands, there sits a massive scale. Not quite to the size of the one you rode down, to be sure, but still big enough to take up the dojo itself. You can vaguely see sort of almost like a coalition, almost like a shadows coalesce. The light coalesces into a form, sort of vaguely indeterminate, but still humanoid. It doesn't sit in the chair of the Grand Master, but it merely stands next to it, as you look sort of up at it. Welcome, my child, my acolyte, who has served me so faithfully, so well.
This one is humbled by your words.
He's sort of...
Where...
Yeah.
Where are we? Are these your lands?
You find yourself within the heart of Crystal Citadel. These are the lands that I call my own, welcoming to the faithful and the faithless. Each must find their way through my domain. And he looks, you can see he slowly coalesces more and more. Now not just a silhouette. Tall, sort of black-haired man with a long flowing mane. You can see he is clad in what appears to be like some sort of scale mail made of black scale. A cloak made of red that sort of flutters gently behind him as you actually feel yourself coalescing. No longer just the pure energy, but now Reed. As he looks down at you in this dojo, and he just sort of smiles at you. Times.
What was that?
He kind of smiles at you and says, the gods, not so disconnected from the material plane that we don't see. I sense tremendous turmoil, souls taken before their time, deaths that are abhorrent, dark, undeserved. And you can see he sort of waves his hand, and one side of the scale just gets weighed down with they almost look like pawns.
Yes, my lord. The mortal plane is in quite an upheaval from the invaders.
Vile. And unnatural. And then he looks at you. There's almost a faint twinkle in his eyes. And he holds up what appears to be a similar pawn, except this one is gray. It almost looks like it's twice as high. It's gray on the top and black on the bottom. And he sort of tosses it to you.
Reach out to catch it.
It is
Inspect it.
not particularly well defined. You can see it looks very similar to the other pawns, except it's about twice the height. And he, sort of motions for you to throw it on the opposite side of the scale.
You're just looking at it a little more. I'll go ahead and I'll toss it.
As you do so, it sits on one side of the scale unbalanced. One side still weighed down. And then Helimvor sort of motions his hand and several other sort of pawns begin to form on the other side. They are infected by sort of darkness as well, spreading from the dark end of the actual pawn that you put on there. And it grows, and slowly the balance sort of tips, with black pawns weighing out one side, as Kelimvor kind of looks down at it.
He just looks at it quizzically. What does all this mean?
I see what happened plain, since every soul passed asunder naturally and naturally. I see. Empire brought to ease. I see a dragon of red scales, cast in black glittering armor, a white figure astride it. I see a possibility. An army. An abomination as foul as the dragon and its kin. As he sort of leans down and picks up the pawn, the double-sided pawn, the one that has the black bottom and the gray top. As he sort of looks at it and says, "Are some evil worth forgiving for a greater good?"
There are, yes. But we're talking about further than evil, sir. We're talking things against the natural order. Things against you.
His eyes open and he says, "That correct answer." As he takes the pawn and he snaps it in half. The one known as the Redeemer. His sins, crimes, are great to he must face his judgment. his existence. It is against the natural order. He has died, but his soul remains bound to the material plane. It is not just that it is wrong. It is a mercy to him. He must find whatever afterlife is meant for his soul. He cannot be suffered to live. He cannot be forgiven. He must be cleansed from the material plane. As for this one, and he holds up the gray pawn, this Klaus. The taint of Vecna hangs about him, and yet there is the opportunity for him to be cleansed. After, as he motions over the fact that he basically got snapped in half afterwards. If he is to follow you and make atonement for the crimes of himself and the Redeemer, seeing that all those that were killed, purified and blessed, that their graves, their bodies, dutifully done, sent on their way, then there still is atonement for him. And then you can see he tosses basically the gray half towards you, and in your hands it sort of slowly turns white. And he motions for you to toss it onto the half that was corrupted by the Redeemer.
Toss it on there.
Like a ripple in a pond, it sort of slowly begins disseminating out, turning those white as well. You understand, yes?
I do, but what of the suffering of those in the meantime?
He looks at you and says, I wish I could give you good answers. I will tell you this. Cannot stay your hand. Stop the justice that Redeemer so rightly deserves, that I want you to give to him. But I have to acknowledge the fact that the difference between seeking that justice today and seeking that justice tomorrow could be many innocent lives. I cannot deny that fact. I cannot tell you how to seek out what needs to be done. You are my acolyte. Proven yourself trustworthy to me. You must do as you see fit. Said. And he sort of looks at the massive pile of, basically at this point you can surmise, dead people that are being sent there by the king, the King of Black Everfrost, because there's a lot of people dying. And he just sort of shakes his head. I have to leave it up to you. I can only tell you that the one known as the Redeemer must be exorcised, sent on his way. When you do it, that is up to you. but it's not something that has an easy answer. You know, Kelemvor wants the Redeemer put in his place. There is no redeeming the Redeemer. He has to meet his justice. That is only fair. And Kelemvor wants you, like I said, the taint of Vecna is still on Klaus. There's still the chance for Klaus to receive some kind of redemption at the end of the day if he basically follows you and becomes an acolyte of Kelemvor and helps you in your endeavors to purify and make sure all of these people that the Redeemer fucked over, that the King of Black Everfrost killed, all are purified and have the opportunity to go about their correct afterlife. There's a chance that Klaus can be saved. If he doesn't want to, then you kill him.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he's spoken of a dragon, not just any red dragon, a dragon that is now clad in black ice armor. And that, you know, while the Redeemer has to meet his end, the difference between him meeting his end today and meeting his end at the end of the conflict could theoretically save a lot of people because if you do fail, it doesn't end at Stalreich. It goes to Beaz Kumlahar, it goes to the Genma dynasty, it goes around the world. It doesn't stop at the Red Strait if you can't stop it. It doesn't stop at Capital if you can't stop it. So he does acknowledge that it's very possible that without a doubt, Klaus and the Redeemer, they're valuable, but you have to weigh, is it valuable enough to potentially save all these people and let the Redeemer be around for another couple months, or do you seek him out now and do something about it, but at the same time, you do something about it now, you risk not having that ally. Because while the Redeemer is a bad person who's done bad things, and he has to answer for them, at this point at least, he is the enemy of your enemy.
Thank you, Lord Kelemvor. You've given me a lot to think of, and I will try to do you proud.
But regardless, Klaus has to be exorcised and... Or not Klaus, the Redeemer has to be exorcised, killed. Klaus, potentially. It depends on how he reacts to it. But Kelemvor is giving this to you, a task. Up to you how to do it. He can't tell you, like I said, he can't tell you when to do it. He, like I said, the cost and benefit ratio, it's been presented to you. And it's up to you to decide. But I will say, if you need to do it now, probably Reed is going to be doing it on his own, because I don't think the rest of the party's going along with it.
Yeah, no, I get that.
That being said, if you were to wait, I imagine there'd be quite a few members of the party that would probably be on board, because the Redeemer needs to answer for his crimes, but there's so much at risk by doing that now. But it's up to Reed.
I got a question.
Yeah.
Is there somewhere that I might be able to get like a spell scroll that will allow me to cast Sending one time?
Sure. That wouldn't be
Like,
too
not
hard
right-
to find.
Exactly right now, I want to talk to the group first, and then I'm sending Klaus a message.
But by undertaking this, you are learning basically a rite of exorcism to dispel the Redeemer.
Alright.
But yeah, that's all he can tell you is that he wants it done, but it's up to you when to do it. If it's worth it, like I said, it's potentially a lot of lives saved, but it could be. I mean, it's up to you.
Yeah, I got it.
All right. After that, you can see he nods his head, and takes a step back as he sort of begins to turn to smoke, and you can see the dojo does as well, as you almost feel yourself falling through water, tumbling away into blackness. And suddenly you're back in your body, sort of breathing heavily as you look down at the scrying dish. Incense heavy in the air. You find yourself back in the Topaz Tortoise Monastery. And then you can go back and talk to people.
Shit, Colin, you've missed. We've been having a fucking field day, buddy.
Has someone been recording?
No.
Damn it. Hi, Sandra.
No!
Alright.
I just came up with it.
So,
Who's
Am
gonna
I
play
reading
Jared?
both lines?
Only if Cody plays Jared Leto. Or Colin.
I mean-
sorry.
No,
Colin plays
Colin
Jared
has to-
Leto.
I mean, I'll
Yeah.
do both.
No, you can't. No.
I mean, not both as Bernie.
All right. So, Colin, you see the lines where it says Alan? You have to read those lines in your perfect Jared Leto Joker voice.
Too bad. We're back, baby.
No, but oh my god.
Shut
it's been
up,
so
Connor.
fun.
Shut up. Alright. We're back. Reed has tumbled way back onto the material plane, looking down at the large scrying dish, the massive dwarf Grandmaster Caskstone there, looking at him, making sure that he's okay. You have traveled to the Grey Waste, to the Crystalline Citadel, communed with the god Kelemvor. He's shown you things. He can't give you a right or wrong answer. He can merely array the truth in front of you. The risks. You know? Unfortunately, it's not a easy choice, or a right choice, or a wrong choice. He can merely show you that there are big things going on in the world. Dangerous things.
Master Caskstone, I'm afraid that I must depart. There are important things I must discuss. And I'll make a pretty quick exit. And then I don't know how far away people are, but I'm just going to say on the earring that I wish to talk to everyone as soon as we might possibly be able to.
Lou, you're like super quiet.
Oh, am I? Yeah, let me.
I can hear him. I can hear him.
I like can't hear him.
I mean, he sounded quieter than he was before.
Here, let me turn you up too, then.
So we all meet on the steps
Yay.
of the most dramatic place that Ito can find for us to have this discussion. Describe the scene, Ito. What's the most dramatic scene in this island?
What?
Steps. The steps
This is your
are.
island.
Go describe it while I go pee.
They're,
What's the most dramatic place to have this conversation, Ito?
The employee break room at Bed Bath & Beyond.
Wait! Colin's gone! Colin's gone! Read the lines! Read the lines, Max!
Dance, monkey.
You like Huey Lewis and the News?
They're okay.
Their early work was a little too new wave for my taste, but when Sports came out in '83, I think they really came into their own, commercially and artistically. The whole album has a clear, crisp sound and a new sheen of consummate professionalism that really gives the songs a big boost. He's been compared to Elvis Costello, but I think Huey is a far more bitter, cynical sense of humor.
Halberstone.
Yes, Alan?
Why are there copies of the style section all over the place? Do you have a dog, a little chow or something?
No, Alan.
Is that a raincoat?
Yes, it is. In 87, Huey released this for the most accomplished album. I think the undisputed masterpiece is Hip to Be Square. A long, catchy, but most people probably don't listen to the lyrics. Sorry, I just coughed my lungs out. But they should, because it's not just about pleasures of conformity and the importance of trends. It's also a personal statement about the band itself. Hey, Paul.
This is where you now scream in your Bernie Allen voice.
War! That's, I don't know, I haven't heard
God,
Bernie-
that was
Bernie
perfect.
this-
Oh, it's like a very primal scream.
Try getting a reservation at Dorsia now, you fucking stupid bastard.
Yeah, but it's literally like, try getting a reservation at Dorsia now, you fucking stupid bastard.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, he's lost.
Try getting a reservation at Dorsia now, you fucking stupid bastard!
Bernie Sanders.
Yes.
All right.
What do you
What's the
think
mo-
we've been doing in here? for the
What's
past hour?
what's the most
Yeah.
dramatic place that's on the Ile de Royan, Connor?
I
The
said
top of the
Ito's-
mountain.
Ito's
It has to look
bedroom.
like that place that Odin was at when he died.
Like,
We're on a
Norway?
fucking small
Yeah.
island, Max.
I imagine like a weird grassy
okay,
cliff like
so
that.
so the manor house sits further up the mountain, but it's not at the top of it. There's a peak off to the side, and there's a path going up to the peak that goes to the highest shrine to the Green Lady not at the top, but like up the mountain. And when you get up there, you see the old derelict lighthouse, and you can see the ocean and the beach and all that. So if you're looking for something like that, that's probably your best bet.
dramatic.
Yep.
All right.
Dramatic.
A good place to cast myself off of onto the rocks below.
All right, you all meet up there.
Okay.
We'll let Reed say his piece, what Kellamvor showed him, but we've been playing for 5 hours, so it's time to get this shit wrapped
Yeah.
up.
So, God, I think I might cause some problems here, but
Oh boy.
I've spoken with Lord Kellamvor, and he too has given me perspective on this. However, it's still tough for me to accept the raising. So I must be certain that you truly believe this is the only way and utterly necessary. I have with me a scroll that will allow me to cast sending to Klaus. If you can agree to it, I will tell him to head to each of your homelands, to use those already departed to bolster this army you believe he requires. If you can agree to this, I will not stop him.
That's sick as fuck.
Good idea. Put
What
some
is Reed's disposition right now?
Put
Like,
some
what is his
skin
demeanor?
in the game.
Completely stone cold face. Like, I cannot be more serious than this.
This is not what I was expecting.
It's better.
I wouldn't have told you in the first place that it was the only way if it wasn't the only way, at least in my belief. So go ahead. I am fine with any departed from my people being brought back because the bodies don't matter to me. Similar to how you've been taught about the dragons, the shell of our being is left, and that's it. So, if they can be of service and Klaus is willing to go get them, I deem him a safe journey, and I hope he goes and gets them quick.
Still, that is a massive undertaking. To just trudge up into homes and nations and villages and just
My only argument with the plan being that I don't speak for my people like Alakul does.
I mean,
So
I
I
don't
can't-
speak for my people. I just
Well, you are somewhat. You're somewhat of a like a figure or like direct link to the Mantis Queen. I'm not anything like that. So that's not a promise I can really give.
I just
I
need to
know.
know, are you willing to accept that?
I look to Ito, who is somewhat of a actual ruling figurehead for his nation and place. What would you say, Ito?
About raising a bunch of dead foreigners instead of sending people from my island in to die.
Well,
Well,
talking about
it would include
They
people
would
that are
be
dead
from
on your
our
island
island as
too.
well,
That's
but
fine.
already departed.
Sure. Sounds good to me.
Vinta, you live from here too.
I mean,
Do it in
I
Bernie
don't have
Sanders'
much
voice.
time left.
I thought he was about.
I don't have much time left. I might still be with you even after the fact then.
Time for the
Henley.
dead to seize the means of production.
so
Henley,
Time
If-
for universal death care.
we have only just somewhat recently reclaimed what was once your home. How to have someone go there and perform an act such as that? Do you think that would be something that you could do? You could allow?
No. I'm an exile. But I can't stop from going and raising undead animals in that area. Also, to be fair, the dragons kind of came from my home, so you know.
Colin, I
Well,
have
the
an
thing
actual.
is, I'm talking the people from your homes that have already passed away.
We burn ours or determine a
Some of them
compost.
are
So, like,
buried.
I mean, good luck. Yeah, some of them. I'm just saying, I don't know how many there are. It's like, me promising you something doesn't really work because I can't guarantee that. I also know how they'll react to Klaus.
That's all right. I'm not looking for the results. I'm looking for what you have to say.
I understand that, but I have to understand the results of what the actions will be.
I
That
think
could be worse in the long run for all of us.
I think
Like,
I think Reed, out of character, I think Reed is just saying, would you be okay knowing this, that this would most likely happen? I think that's what he's trying to just say. Not, hey, Klaus is specifically going to come knock on your mom's door. Hey,
No, I know. What I'm saying in character is, yeah, I can say I'm fine with that, but I mean, I don't know if that's the best option for us because we don't know how each of our respective homes will react to Klaus.
how will Klaus do this? Do you know?
I do not.
I think it's more he has the scroll of sending to suggest the idea. And coming from Reed, it'll have weight to it. As actual question, Colin, what do moon elves do with dead?
The moon
'Cause
elves
we live a long
themselves.
time, and we're Feywild, so
The moon elves themselves typically, there is, they generally take them to the Feywild to be beneath the everlasting moon of the moonlit core. They think that their souls rise up to the moon to add to its luminance to keep it lit forever. So that's the theory, at least. And then they don't like burn them. They generally don't even bury them. They just sort of leave them out in the amidst the snow.
that's fair. So
Reed,
I guess
I will ask you one question, Reed. One more.
Okay.
How did you come to this decision, this revelation to do this?
I just needed understanding that everyone is fully dedicated to this and sees no other means.
No, we know. He's asking like what caused this revelation in you.
Yeah, what caused the change of mind? Well,
What caused you
convincing.
to... How did this happen? And I'm like staring him down, like fully intent, like
Scales of life and but a simple pawn. Kelemvor spoke to me quite a bit. I saw the pain in his eyes as well.
it comes from your god then.
But is everyone agreed then?
If you could be changed and swayed so strongly by the words of a god, you who I have journeyed with for months now, puts my life at risk and helps save yours many times and you of mine, then you have my permission to tell Klaus this. There will be not any goodwill from the people in my homes, but I will take all blame and flack for it.
Mute
That is the
call.
decision you've come to. Then you have my support, Reed.
What would you do if we didn't agree to it?
I would find my own path. If you are not devoted enough,
No, I already said absolutely. I just meant I didn't know if you had like if you were proposing this or another solution, or it's this or nothing.
I'm still just trying to make sure. So everyone is agreed.
Reed has not led us. You have not led us astray once so far. You'll have my support in this.
That's bullshit. I've almost got us killed quite a few
Hey! Keep the scene! Keep the scene! You fuck. Ooh. Got new music.
Oh fuck, let me turn that shit on.
I'll
Ooh.
ask you, I guess, a follow-up question to what Karakwa said. Is this completely an unwilling revelation? Like, I know you said it hurts Kelemvor ultimately, and it hurts you. But are you just going along with the greater good, or do you think at some point your heart might actually be in this and fixing it afterwards?
Heart will never be in resing the undead.
Well, I mean, not
But
necessarily
if
on
we
the
can agree
point.
to this, then I will stay my hand for now.
Okay. So it's a compromise for necessity's sake. If you see that the people you trust also see the necessity in it, yes.
Basically, yes.
I have a question. What about us? Are we on the table?
That's a good thing. That's a good idea. If one of you dies, would you be willing to be raised by the Redeemer for the greater good?
Venta 100%.
Yeah, Ito would too.
I mean,
I'm already a zombie.
I'm already there.
I'm dying.
And if I
I'm not
died
there, I wanna be
and
there.
needed to be corrected as a thrall
To be
in the
perfectly
service of a
honest-
master, then absolutely.
The fact is, I've already acknowledged the fact that I'm certain most, if not all of us, would sacrifice our own well-being if it meant saving everyone.
Dude, here's another question.
That's why I'm asking.
A lot of these people, like for Aruna's family, do you think they'd be unwilling to sacrifice themselves for a world?
Well, that's the thing. That's why I'm
hard-
talking with the group.
Hard to say.
It's a lot harder to sacrifice friends and family, even if it's just their bodies.
I'd be willing to sacrifice Connor for the world.
Colin, you're ruining
can we
your own
just
scene.
sacrifice Connor?
Anyway, I'm still
Of
trying to
course
get
we
to
can.
the final answer. No one has any.
We're cool with it.
Everyone is on board with this.
Let's put it this way.
Strange
Reed,
times call for strange things.
I'd rather be
If-
dead and walking around than just dead.
If you recall recent situations, I'm the one that put Klaus under temporarily because I don't agree with it. And like you, I don't agree with it and I will never agree with it. But I see the necessity, and when things are over with, as I've stated before, I will be the first person that corrects these problems if it becomes a problem. If you understand what I'm saying. So yes, while I don't want to see my grandmother up walking around as a corpse shooting lightning, it's
You
certainly-
don't want to see that?
certainly a better alternative to everyone dying. Now I'm going to shut up because I didn't want to be interrupted. And if everyone's done having their touchy-feely moment, I'm gonna leave.
No, wait. I have one thing related to Max's reading that I think needs to be addressed. Can we talk about how Cody, probably without even intending it, almost has a perfect T'Challa voice?
What?
You sound like fucking Black Panther, Cody.
Yep, keep the scene, Connor 2022.
Yeah.
Have a good day
Okay.
at work, Tommy. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
You didn't
It
even
seems like everyone
capitalize the
is
C in
okay.
Connor.
No, I'm talking about
Then-
character-wise. I want to figure this curse stuff out. So if this is what I have to agree to get Reed to stay, I'm fine with it.
Then if everyone is okay
Send
with
the
this, I'm
scroll.
going to send Klaus the message.
Send it.
So, I just DM'd you a message, Colin, with what I'm actually sending to him.
Ah, shit, you son of a bitch.
Oh, the 25
You
words?
sneaky motherfucker!
I like it. I like it. This is how we should
That's
always
good.
I
do
know
message.
you're gonna have to share that with Beaver, but I'm sure Beaver can keep his mouth shut.
Klaus,
Oh, of
I've
course.
always
I'll,
been
I'll,
enough-
I'll
He
even
just
send
wants
you.
to play Klaus again.
Dude, I'm fucking so on board
I
with
mean-
this, dude.
I mean,
I'm gonna send you my response too, Lou.
okay.
Don't you have to say out loud what's sending?
Wait a second.
No, it's a scroll.
Why don't you just go to a room real fast and we'll fucking do it?
Okay.
Oh boy.
I mean, it's only like a message to him
No.
and then a message back, right?
Yeah, one
Yep.
message to him, one message back. Send it to him.
All right, go to Klaus's room.
Klaus's mausoleum.
All right.
Don't.
All right. So literally, all the message says is that I will stop you. I will not stop you for now. Tell no one of this message, or the truce is over. That is it.
Is
I'm
there?
not telling it.
Is
I'm
that
not telling you to
25?
arrest anybody. I'm not telling you to go to people's homes and defile their graves.
But before you send a message, I do want to make sure, Beaver, that you understand. Currently, the Redeemer's intentions are not to raise an undead army, because that has already failed. He's strictly
That's also Klaus's intention too. He has no intention of raising an army.
he
This is
strictly
gonna be
wants to
Oh,
ra-
I didn't know.
he strictly wants to raise Hospidel the Scourge to counter Bismarck. Because he does not see, while an army on the ground might be able to do something, there is no way to counter this ancient red dragon with a mage on his back, besides the bones of a dragon god, as far as he knows. Because the,
Yeah, he's right.
the
Right.
opportunity to raise the undead army, as far as the Redeemer thinks, is gone. That's not something he can do anymore. Everything's in motion and he can't stop that. And now that he's seen, has heard and seen about Bismarck and this mage, that is what he wants to counter.
Well, damn. Now I kind of wish I wasn't in here, so I didn't hear that bit.
But that is everything.
I mean, Klaus would tell you.
Klaus would tell you that is what specifically Klaus and the Redeemer are working for. That's why he's going out and seeking out pieces of Hospedale. Now that doesn't mean he won't raise any undead, but he will not be going around raising them willy-nilly. That's why specifically they said raising the Onyx Serpents, because they deserve it.
Yeah, that, like, the whole idea that Klaus was going with was, like, the reason why the Redeemer failed is because he targeted innocent people and just anyone who could be raised as a zombie. Klaus is using it basically as a penance measure. So, like, you were bad in life, so I kill you, raise you as a zombie, and then once you serve your sentence, I'll release you.
But that doesn't change the fact that while what the Redeemer wants done isn't as widespread and is not targeting innocents, it doesn't change what Kelemvor wants done to him at the end of the day.
But anyway, that's not going to change the message I'm sending anyway.
Alright, what's the message? Oh wait, what's the response?
I get 25 words?
You get
Or is it
25
just-
words, but it's gotta be in Klaus's voice too.
Oh, and by the way,
okay.
what should I? How much gold was the scroll or whatever?
It's free. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Okay. All right. It's free.
Also, if you you might want to determine what else Kelemvor told you. He did give you not just important stuff to do. He also did tell you that he saw Bismarck in black dragon ice armor. So
I was going to go after that next.
But yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna have to try and count this out of my hand as I'm doing this.
That's okay.
Let's see. All right, we'll hash out the details when we next speak. Mostly on board with it. That's, what am I at now? 13.
On board with it. 13, yeah.
If you go a little bit over, I'm not gonna like shit my pants.
Yeah. No, I know, but like while you guys have been doing this, I've been actually like trying to make up a 25-word fucking response, and I lost it all.
It's all right.
No, it's good.
By the
that's my
way,
fault.
Lou, it's a good idea. It's a good idea. I didn't have the idea for Reed to come at them with this ultimatum, so it was all on Lou, which was a pretty good idea.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Admittedly, I have been thinking about it for like a week. And it's just like, I need something that tells me that everyone legitimately thinks, you know, this is what we need to do, and what would make them see that way. And I was like, you know, they're friends and family. Do they really see that it's just being used as tools?
All right, Beaver.
All right.
What do you got?
We'll have to talk again once the ritual is complete. And then I think the next 3 words I've got left are "see you soon."
Reed cringes a bit at the word ritual, but I know that there are a lot of other rituals, but coming from the circumstances, it always just feels like necromancy resurrecting things. Even though I personally now know it's not, but still.
That is Klaus's response. mostly on board with it, but we'll have to talk again to hash out some details.
All right.
Because like I said, I mean, he didn't think the Redeemer was doing all that well with the whole raising an army thing. So Klaus's approach is more of a penance thing, which actually kind of fits with Kellenvor a little bit. Not gonna lie.
I say.
Oh, we'll get to that later.
Yeah, you're gonna get to that. Don't worry about it.
Oh, we'll get. Yeah, I know. It's gonna be fun.
Kellenvor set out some pretty specific stuff that needs to be done. I will give you I'll add something to Reed's Kung Fu Code. Basically, one, you're gonna be able to cast Ceremony for a key point, but Ceremony is super weak. It's also gonna have something called it's also gonna have a special one called Exorcism, that is gonna be able to deal with the Redeemer. As like I said, for Reed to cast this is gonna be key points instead of spell slots. Because Ceremony as a whole is woefully underpowered, so I'm not worried about it casting a key point instead of like a spell slot. Also, I will probably figure out something else out for Reed to learn from the Topaz Tortoises, because Ceremony is so niche and rare use, and specifically I just need Reed to be able to exercise whenever it exercise the Redeemer whenever it comes to it.
In case you didn't understand what we were going to eventually go to.
I think
Okay.
Beaver already knows, because I've already talked
Oh, yeah.
about what is going on with the Redeemer.
Okay, so my suggestion for what Reed gets from the Ruby Serpents. He does 1d6 healing, but he does 1d4
Well,
damage.
he hasn't
punches you to heal.
He hasn't dealt with the Ruby Serpents yet. He's dealing with the Topaz Tortoises right now.
Oh,
This is
right.
the Drunken Monk.
I was thinking possibly the ability, because whenever you learn something from them, you usually don't get the full powered version of it. Maybe he can spend a key point to like, you remember how one of the whenever Bruce punched that, or he saw someone punch and they diverted it into the face of another person, that is a drunken one, where they sort of they divert melee attacks they redirect melee attacks basically, which is
that one later, and I was kind of like, damn, I kind of wish I went Drunken Monk.
it's very, like I said, it's not quite as useful as it seems, because it can only be diverted to someone like right next to them, because it's got to be within 5 feet. But in certain situations, that's pretty fucking useful.
Oh yeah, we've gotten a lot of group fights.
But that's the whole point of Reed's Kung Fu Codex, is that he gets like an extra option, because monks don't really need magical items that much, so that's why I sort of gave Reed's Kung Fu Codex, so he gets a bunch of martial arts moves.
You know, Colin, I love you, but honestly, after you've drunken a bit, you get very explainy.
I need people to understand that like, everything that I do is actually thought out, and like whenever I'm not just making it all up off the top of my head. I do have plans in place for your characters and your stories and the story as a whole, and that I am in fact working towards resolutions, and that includes the whole Kellenvor thing. It was weeks of thought of how can I work this out.
I think it's about time. You think they're really wondering what we're doing in here now?
Yeah.
Maybe we should go back.
But
to
like I
the
said,
room.
go back and you can, like I said, you can tell them as much of what Kellenvor told you or not. But I specifically pulled you into a separate room so you could specifically share what you want from that.
All right.
Okay.
I'm bending back.
Yeah.
I'm mad. Like I'm just saying.
Rick, I'm
Hey,
just saying
no,
yours is a
shut
separate
up,
issue
Tommy.
from Nick's.
He's not mad, Tommy. He's not fucking mad at the
Colin,
end of the day.
Colin,
No, you're...
Colin, we need to know something, because look, what Lou is proposing, and I guess Luke answers this too, is Klaus literally going to go do that, or is it a last case scenario?
You don't know.
Well, that changes my answer.
Does Reed know?
Yeah, does Reed know?
Look, what I will tell you is that I did not tell him to go raise your people.
That's okay. Thank you. You know,
Shocking.
See? Look, that solves one of the issues. There you go.
It doesn't, because that means he just lied about what he said he was going to tell Klaus.
All right. Well,
Oh!
have fun arguing.
I'm not
I'm
arguing. That's literally
Anyway.
contradictory to what we
I
just
don't-
agreed
no,
on.
no, I'm fine now. If Lou didn't say
Yeah,
that to
that's
him, then
fine.
I'm
Like-
fine with that one.
This requires some element of trust.
We have
Yeah.
to roleplay this, my guys.
Anyway,
All right, this isn't roleplay. If you say that's not what you said to Klaus, that means you lied about it. What did you tell him then? I feel like if we're trying to act on trust, I don't understand why you can't tell us what you told Klaus.
But that is what trust is you don't know,
I know.
what he told you.
But saying that behind, first of all, the spell literally says vocal, so I'm pretty
is it
sure based
vocal?
upon that, it would be something that we would have heard unless Reed walked away, which I didn't get that impression. And second of all, I don't understand why why we can't know. If we came to an agreement on something, and then it seems awfully weird that he just doesn't tell us what he told Klaus, or we can't hear what he tells Klaus because that's how the spell works. That feels like literally a betrayal of trust, which causes another issue.
But
I do
gotten
get what
to
Nick
a-
is saying. We would hear at least one half of the conversation.
We've gotten to a point where Reed is actually on board.
I'm fine with that. I was just making sure that Reed did not say, "Hey, go fight their families and take the zombies," because I just didn't see that going over very well.
it was never going to be to tell him to do.
No, I know, but you asked me if my people were buried, and that's why I thought you were getting at that they were actually he was just gonna go take them now from
I
everyone.
got the
was like-
impression it
I was
meant
like,
more
I'm
along
not
the
really okay
lines
with
of
that one.
there's a chance that may happen.
Well, yeah, but may
That's
happen,
that's
and
why
just-
I
and
asked.
saying just go do it is different.
Well, yeah,
That was
sure,
my
but
thing.
that's what I'm saying. I got the impression he meant that may happen. That's why I asked my question of what about us?
I will ask then, just to clear the air, why did Reed have to send the message secretly, or by himself, or away from us? Or was it just to get directly Klaus's response in the other voice channel?
Well, it was to get Klaus's response, but it was also I was testing everybody.
Was that a Reed
can
statement
guarantee
or a
you-
Lou statement?
You know what? I'll say it as Reed. I can guarantee you that I have done nothing to say to him that will harm any of your friends or family.
Does it harm our chance of winning the war?
No.
Does it better our chance of winning the war?
No more than what we already had.
So, why then? Now I'm really confused.
I mean, because now we're all on board, so we're
He
not
was
going to work.
testing your conviction.
It was to test your conviction so that way I could steal my own.
Okay.
Like basically, he's
Anyway.
saying if you're willing to let your families and friends be raised up into undeath and don't have a problem with that, then maybe, even though he doesn't necessarily agree with it, he understands your conviction is enough that the people you care about and love, if they are to be raised up, it might steal his conviction enough. While he's not okay with it, he is able to accept it.
Tolerate it.
No, well, hold on.
That's fine.
Hold on. I saw it as if Reed himself can have a 40-hour-long conversation with Kellandor and come back from it. He went and saw the Batman. He went and saw half the Batman. That's how long this conversation was. If he can do that and come to this conclusion, and he himself can rectify his entire beliefs and willingness to do something that he should never do, then we need to trust him on it too. And that's how I saw it. Is that the vibe? Is that the correct vibe, Reed?
Well, if you believe in my... I mean, the thing is with Kellamvor, he
Is that the general vibe that I got?
Yes.
Okay. If Karakwa is willing to trust Reed because Reed has trusted Karakwa this entire time. And he is also willing to do what he does not agree with personally for now, to put away his inhibitions for this greater good moment, as much as it also disgusts him to agree with it, even though he's not fully on board with it. Gershwin, happy moment be damned. So if Reed is willing to do this, Karakwa is willing to also.
Anyway.
And that is all he needed.
I do have one more piece of information that Kellenbor has granted me.
Let's hear it, Big K.
Kung
Not only
Fu is cool.
As we know, Bismarck is working with them. He has gained the Everfrost's black ice armor.
The dragon has?
Yes, they have outfitted him with black ice armor, similarly to the Everfrost troops.
That's kind of horrifying. Well,
What
like
did
in
you
a
say,
really
it was black
metal.
dragon armor?
He is basically has dragon barding that's made of black ice, and the
Okay, yeah.
I will say more specifically, I'll describe it to you, because I sort of glossed over it more than I meant to, because I was mostly focused on the Reed and the undeath thing, because he showed you a vision of it essentially in a way. It is Bismarck in black dragon ice barding with the white Tide Mother on his back, and he has grown to roughly double the size that he was before due to the basically magics that are coursing through him.
Jesus fucking Christ.
And
So he essentially went up a dragon tier?
Yes.
He's now level 50.
So, in other words, they did like WoW Cataclysm and put him back together with adamantine plate.
They're turbocharging this dragon.
Oh my god. They give him the juice that turns the freaking frogs gay.
It's true. Bismarck is now
that's
gay.
Basically everything
We
I've
got-
experienced that involves you guys.
Come
you
to
know
Dragon
what,
Dungeons and Dragons. We've got fucking Chop Shop Dragons and we've got Gay Frog Dragons.
But-
I know we're wrapping up, but just for the next time, I will be looking for any kind of nice piece of rock because I'm going to chisel a little pawn.
Okay.
Huh. I like that. That's good.
A little what?
A little pawn.
And I can help you chisel if you need help.
Good shit. Can
As
I
you're
go make dinner?
Hold on, as you're standing there, sort of the sort of reality, the severity of the situation sort of setting into, you hear quiet footfalls. As Adelaide sort of appears behind you, her hair's a mess, her makeup's a mess. She
Right,
sort of has a
stains.
little bit of a smile on her face as she walks with a little bit of a limp as she says, I think that I'm ready to begin training again. It was a good night, but, Master Reed, should we get back to work?
We will smile at her. Absolutely. Let's proceed.
She turns around. Has anybody seen my shoes? And we'll end it right there.